Mexican President Díaz Ordaz enforces a little-used law to silence
Hicieron marchas que nunca se pensó que en México se podrían dar, marchas de 300,000 personas en el Paseo de la Reforma. Pedían una liberación en México, sentían que México era un país muy desigual, muy disparejo. Pedían la liberación de los presos políticos, pedían que se acabara el cuerpo de granaderos, que eran unos como gorilas con un casco hasta aquí y una macana, que se dedicaban a pegar en las manifestaciones.
Sentir como estudiante en carne propia una injusticia muy grande que se había cometido durante los días últimos del mes de julio, pues yo me incorporé de lleno, como muchos otros estudiantes como yo, provincianos, y el movimiento deja de ser estudiantil. Ya lo que nos estaba moviendo era el habernos dado cuenta de qué tantas injusticias estaba viviendo este país y cómo estaban viviendo los campesinos y cómo estaban viviendo los obreros, porque ellos mismos nos lo estaban informando y expresando.
Lo que fue muy grave fue la toma de Ciudad Universitaria. Entonces sí, las cosas se agudizaron.
on October 2nd, 1968, just 10 days before the Olympics are set to begin. Thousands of workers and students peacefully demonstrate at the Plaza of Tlatelolco, a housing project in the center of Mexico City. Without warning, the army and police fire on the mass of unarmed civilians.
Recuerdo que a las 5 de la mañana, entre una y otra, fui y vi como un paisaje de guerra, un paisaje después de la batalla, con de veras las paredes llenas de sangre, zapatos de mujer y zapatos de hombre regados en todas partes. Se veían balazos en las paredes, muchísimos vidrios rotos. Entonces era una verdadera toma militar de la Plaza de las Tres Culturas.
Over 300 people are killed.
Hey, shalom, fam. Shalom, 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 shalom. I hope y'all can hear me well. Glad to see y'all here tonight with me. Appreciate you guys. True 619, Rich, Turquoise Prince, and Rita. I'll praise sis. Good to have you here as well. I wanted to introduce you guys to this particular video, right? This happened in 1968 in Mexico, okay? Now, keep this in mind. The name of the class is Centuries of Chaos. Centuries, centuries, centuries. It doesn't stop, okay? There's a similarity going on right now in a particular place, all right? Now, before I move forward, let me just play this real quick because I honestly, sincerely forgot, okay? I was really, really intrigued by this class. So let me go ahead and play this real quick.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Okay, perfect. All right. So as I mentioned before, that's basically the past, which is 68, 78, 88, 98, 2008, 2018. It's been 50 something years, right? And as you can see, family, since the beginning, it hasn't changed. I want to show you guys a scripture real quick, okay? I'm just going to give you this one and then we'll continue with the video because I want y'all to be mindful. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 26. And it says, "And he will lift up an ensign to the nations from afar." From where? From afar. "And will hiss them from the end of the earth. And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly." So the Most High is going to show a sign for them. He's going to wake them up. He's going to say, okay, it's time now. It's time for you guys to come over here. Okay? Again, "And he will lift up an ensign to the nations from far." Now we know that this nation from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, is who? The Europeans. "And will hiss unto them from the end of the earth." We know for a fact that's where the sun rises. "And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly, like the eagle." Okay? So now, I'm telling you, family, nothing has changed. Okay? And I'm going to give you guys some history, but let's stay on the same particular vein. Watch this. Give me a second here real quick. This is pretty sad, but it is no different. It literally happens. It's happening right now. It happened in Mexico, protests and all that. The estudiantes, against like civil rights and all that, right? Here, the same thing. It's chaos. Watch. Let me see. Hold on.
Tears and anger as the family of 27-year-old Leonardo Anco laid him to rest.
I'll see you soon, little brother. I know that we are all going to die. May there be justice.
Leonardo is one of more than 20 protesters killed in clashes with security forces. At least 4 of the victims were children. Prosecutors say it is likely that most of the demonstrators were killed by gunfire. In the region of Ayacucho, the army claims protesters attacked them with blunt objects. After weeks of protests, the government declared a nationwide state of emergency, allowing the army to support the police. A mistake, critics say.
Opening the door to the military increased the number of deaths and detentions. Everything doubled, which shows once again the danger of using the military to control internal order.
Human rights groups say most of the deaths of the demonstrators were caused by an excessive use of force by police and the military, violating human rights standards.
The Inter-American Commission for Human Rights in Peru is investigating alleged violations. In Andahuaylas, one of the first cities where protesters demanded new general elections, hundreds of civilians and police officers were injured in the clashes. Officer Luis Rolli says protesters attacked his unit with a grenade, injuring 15 SWAT team members.
The crowd threw an object. My partner shouted, "Grenade!" I tried to see where, but it exploded and we all fell on the ground.
Another officer, Luis Camacho, said the aftermath from the force of the explosion left him numb. That's when he says a mob went after him.
They kicked and hit me with rocks. I tried to cover my head and face with my helmet until they took it off and hit me.
As hundreds of people mourn the deaths of their loved ones, President Dina Boluarte has called for an investigation. But many Peruvians are furious, saying she is responsible for this deadly political and social crisis.
Yeah, a estudiant was it True 619? Yeah, I'm not. I try to do the sound on his side. It's as loud as I can have it. I turned it up on this end. Honestly, it's just a video, brother. I mean, I can hear it clearly, so I apologize if it isn't clearly on your guys' end. All right, but anyhow, let me go ahead and put the link up so you guys can watch it independently. Obviously, that's important too. Okay, and I've always said it before. I've always said this. Where's the scripture at? Before I continue, let me show you guys something real quick. I'm gonna show you guys something because this is important. Okay, watch this. Let's go to Acts 17:11. Okay. Acts chapter 17, verse 11. Watch what it reads, okay? I'll go to 10. It says, and the brethren immediately sent away Paul and Silas by night on Berea, who, coming thither, went into the synagogue of the Jews, right? Verse 11. These were more noble than those in Thessalonica. Now, why is that? In that they received the word with all readiness of mind. And remember, family, yeah, it's good to be mindful. Like, yeah, I want to hear this out, da. But that's not where you stop. Let me remind you, do not go by just what I say. You have to study what I share with you. You have to study it, pray on it, meditate on it to make sure that the Most High is providing this for you guys. Because I'm also just like you. I have a flesh just like you, and I deal with it every day just like you. So, Lord willing, it doesn't happen to me where the matrix, that a wicked spirit jumps in me and I turn into the agent, and all of a sudden now I'm teaching wickedness. So it's good for you guys. Let me read it. In that they received the word with all readiness of mind, meaning you're open minded. Okay, cool. Let me hear what this brother got to say. However, and they searched the scripture daily whether those things were so. You see, family, you are supposed to confirm what is being brought out to you in this channel, or any channel for that matter. That's why we're in this conundrum. You know what I'm saying? Because some of us probably didn't. Some of us were so driven by, man, brotherhood, bro, and the white man did this, and that's all we knew. Like, I'm just gonna go in, or some of us were just kind of hesitant. We're like, I don't know, man, it's kind of weird. The point being is we were in a sense in error. Because honestly, a lot of us don't know how to confirm and search the scriptures. We didn't know how. We were driven by Christianity. What did they teach us? They didn't teach us a damn thing. So again, these were more noble than those in Thessalonica. So I'm going to tell y'all, brothers, you guys are listening. You guys are more noble than those in Thessalonica in that you, meaning they, receive the word with all readiness of mind, meaning readiness because you want to hear the word, yet and search the scripture daily, meaning you studied it, you took it and said, all right, brother Emmanuel, he's saying this, he's saying that. Okay, cool. Let me go ahead and search him myself. Let me see if I can confirm him, whether those things were so. You see what I'm saying, fam? Therefore, many of them believed. Because why? You see, many of them believed. It ain't up to me. It's up to you and up to the Most High. Apollo watered it, but the Most High gave it increase. It's always the Most High. It's never us. It's never us. Never the prophets or the teachers. Never us. We're not supposed to be looked upon that. I had a conversation with a sister about that. Let's be mindful of it, fam. I'm a servant just like you. I'm a brother just like you. I am no different than you. I have a thorn in the flesh that reminds me of the piece of crap I can literally be in a moment of a snap. So again, it is mindful that y'all continue to listen and continue to confirm what I share with y'all. So if this happened in Mexico in 50 years ago, what's happening here again, and we see that for some reason America just happens to have their finger in almost every country, and it seems to have chaos almost everywhere. It's like, what the hell? And then you complain about every other nation. So let's go back. Let's go back to the scriptures here. Okay? So now we're going back to the scriptures. Isaiah chapter 5:26. Let me run that one real quick, and then we're going to go to the other point. Isaiah 5:26. Watch what it reads. It says, I will lift up an ensign to the nations from far, and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth. And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly. You see that? You see that, fam? So now let's look at this. How do you confirm that? Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. If somebody says, no, you know what I mean? Like, we can't. Hold on a second. Like the black converts, right? Try to tell y'all. If you guys can't hear or see through what I'm saying, then you don't know where I'm coming from. And the word ain't for you. Okay? Like, for example, when they taught us, like, yeah, verse 68 applies to us. We're like, okay, that makes sense. Now, verse 49 applies to us, and you're like, okay, I'm not like the Thessalonica brothers who just absorb it, like, oh, you're right. No, I'm not. You know what? I'm gonna hear you, And I'm going to search the scriptures and I'm going to see if it's true. And it ain't true. You know why? It says, therefore, thou shalt serve. It says, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. It confirms Isaiah. From the end of the earth, it confirms Isaiah. As swift as the eagle flight, it confirms Isaiah. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Now, let's confirm that part. So Isaiah doesn't mention that. So let's go back to Isaiah. How do we confirm and make sure that we're swift to hear, ready of mind, but making sure that we don't fall into wickedness? Or like, hey, well, Brother Emmanuel sounds very powerful, man. So I'm going to have to listen to him. No. Let's go back. Isaiah 5:26. And he lift up an ensign to the nations from afar and will hiss unto them from the end of the earth. And behold, they shall come with speed swiftly. Family, that is Deuteronomy 28:49. We know that happened to us. Did it happen to them? No. Okay, let's continue. None shall be weary nor stumble among them. None shall slumber nor sleep. Neither shall the girdle of their loins be loosed, nor the latchet of their horses be broken. Did horses come here? Yes, they did. Whose arrows are sharp and whose bows bend. Their horses huff, that shall be counted like flint, and their wheels like whirlwinds. We know what that's like, fam. They're like watch this. With arrows sharp and all their bows bent, their horses huff, shall be counted like flint. Watch this, okay? This just came to me. All praises. Habakkuk 1:8. It says, their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves. Their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle had that hasted to eat. Again, we are confirming, brothers and sisters, you have to do this. You have to do this. Okay? Then you're like, okay, well, then that really does say that these people from afar, from the end of the earth, the other nation from Europe, they were going to come. The Bible's saying it all over the place. And they're talking about horses coming and roaring like lions and the hoofs of the horses stomping on the ground. We have a book, and I showed y'all the broken spear, how our family was talking about that. Job 39 talks about the same thing. Again, we're confirming. Okay? Remember, family, I'm going a little fast, so take notes and go back to the class. I got to go quick because, honestly, you know what I mean? Like, I can't be here all day. I would love to, but I know that y'all got stuff to do. They shall roar and lay hold of the prey, meaning us, and they shall carry it away safe, and none shall deliver it, meaning there's no safety for us. And in that day shall roar against them like the roaring of the sea. Whoa. Now we mentioned the sea, who came from afar. And how did they come here? Through the sea. And if one look unto the land, behold, darkness and sorrow, and the light is darkened in the heavens thereof. So now they came with darkness, fam. Okay? They came with darkness. So now we mentioned centuries of what? Centuries of consistent chaos in our lands. Centuries of consistent oppression. Watch this real quick. So now I'm going to take you out of Isaiah 47, and then I'm going to show you guys some pictures. Isaiah 47:1. Because quite frankly, it is our job as quote unquote teachers or quote unquote prophets or quote unquote brothers, however you want to put it in your own words, that we're supposed to bring this out to the other nations and humiliate them. Okay, yeah, you've been doing this to our people. Now we know who you are. You see, family, it ain't just the white man that came and conquered, fam. Unlike what the One West campers were saying to us, because that's what they were teaching us, that it was only them. Let me tell you something. You know what's the weirdest thing about, people, right? People tend to blame others. How's that saying? My wife was the one that told me. She says, you want to know something? She goes, how did she say? She said, let me see. How's it go? She said, you ever pay attention that usually the people that blame the most are the ones that are actually committing the crime? And I'm like, yeah. She's like the people that are like saying, oh, pedophilia, and they're the pedophiliacs. Or like the priest, oh, I'm against homosexuality, and they're the homos. And she's like, because, this nation, right, the Canaanites, they're saying the white man, and yet they came with them. And I'm like, wow, that's an excellent point. So then our job is to humiliate them. Why? Because I need to let our people know that no more are we going to be brought with falsity and folly and teaching us something that has nothing to do with them. When you confirm the scriptures, they don't match the curses. The first one is verse 49. I mean, come on, family. Come on, fam. Let's be legitimate about this. Watch. Let's see. Let's look at some maps. Look, fam. From the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies. They were over here. Look, they're in Africa, man. Africa's right here. Shoot, come on. Right there, right next door. You know how far that is? That's like a two-hour boat ride. The end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. One West campers. I'm going to confirm it. I'm going to confirm because we have to prove all things. Hey, good evening, sis. Good evening. We got to prove all things, right? Let's see. I was playing it earlier. Where are you? Let's see. I was just looking at it earlier. Give me a second. I should find it quick. Let's see. The intro, I think. Video. Oh, I know why. Because I wasn't even in my drive. Hello. All right. I should find it here. Here it goes. Okay. So watch. Remember, fam, that One West teaches that they ruled Europe. Okay. One West teaches that so-called Judah went through Africa. These Africans went up there, and these so-called Africans were Israelites of the tribe of Judah, Benjamin and Levi, supposedly. And they conquered Europe, the Europeans. That's what they say, fam. You think I'm lying? Prove all things, right? Oh, wait, hold on. This sarcasm right here. This sarcasm right here. Not that one. My bad. Hold up.
Love thy neighbor as thyself. That's right. All right? Let's answer this question. Read what you got. I want to ask you a couple questions too. Come on. Chapter 6. Hold on, bro. I'm about to read. I'm about to answer your question right here. Come on. The book of Psalms, chapter 68 and verse 11. Bring it out. The Lord gave the word. The Most High God gave the word. That's right. And what does he look like? He's a black man. He has woolly hair. Right. And when Christ comes in sun, he's a black man as well. He has woolly hair. That's and he's going to judge this whole planet Earth. Right. The Lord's going to judge America. Right. America is the last kingdom before Christ comes. Right. America has not been judged for the evil that it has done upon the whole world. Bring it out. Oh, America has raped, robbed, and pillaged the whole planet Earth. Right. And these are the accessories. All right, the so-called white man, because he's not white, he's red. That's and there ain't no hate campaign. Right. This is truth.
Okay, so they want truth. So again, they said that they ruled right here. All right, so watch this.
Page 77. I'm going to show you right here. Right here is Henry VIII. Right there. Okay, good. Thank you. Go to page where it says the icons of Constantinople. Right here is King Henry VIII. King Henry VIII, if you type it on Wikipedia, you're going to see a Caucasian man. That's what you're going to see, Caucasian man. This is Henry VIII. He's a black man. Famous king, black man. But you see them as Caucasian man. Guess who this is in the middle? Queen Elizabeth I. She's a black woman. This is Queen Elizabeth I. What happened? 1453.
Okay, fam. So they're teaching that there are their gente. Okay. So when you look at prophecy and you say, okay, Well, that makes no sense. Because the Bible all over the place says that a nation from afar, as swift as the eagle flieth, a language that you guys would not understand. Verse 49, watch. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. So if you guys ruled Europe, you spoke, again, I've said it before, fam, but let's just be logical. We're not like the Thessalonians, right? We're going to be an open mind. We're going to search the scriptures and we're going to confirm. And based on what they're saying, that makes no sense because they spoke Spanish. They spoke Portuguese. They spoke German. They spoke Dutch. They spoke French. They spoke Russian. They ruled. They said it themselves. I'm not saying it. And then what they're saying after is that the white man then conquered them. But let's not forget that that means they enslaved the white man first. Right? And then they say that the white man enslaved them. Okay? That's really what they're saying. And that they went to Africa. All right? So now think about this for a second, fam. Spain at this time was the pinnacle of wisdom. I'm telling you, fam, if you do the history, I'm going to show you. Well, I'm not going to show you that part, but it's in the book, okay? So if you're saying they scattered you here, such a wise nation, you say Kunta Kinte arrested you and put you in jail? Come on, fool. Come on, man. I know I'm not stupid. So then now all of a sudden, when you start looking at scripture, fam, okay, and you start paying attention to what we're talking about, and you go back, sorry to jump back and forth. I know I'm going a little quick, but when you go to Acts 7:11, and it says, and these were more noble than those in Thessalonica, in that they received the word with all readiness of mind and searched the scripture daily whether those things were so. So far, family, I don't think it's so. So far, check, like we're checking boxes like check, nope, sorry. It's like, bruh, for real. Or this one. No, sorry. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds kind of funny. Yeah, hey, for real. I could never, hey, man, all praises. I could never comprehend how people just believe anything because they heard it on TV. Definition of madness and expecting different results. Listen, family, I'm telling you right now, when you go to school, right? Let's just be logical. You go to school, right? High school, college, whatever, or any job. What you're being trained, you apply it. And when you're applying it, you confirm what you're being trained is proper because then production or whatever it is that you're working with or working on, it's actually working. There's results. Well, I look at this the same way. If you do the research and you confirm the research and you find out, no, we don't know. What are you talking about? You guys cannot have both cakes or both cakes. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say you ruled Europe and then you can't say that you didn't know the language. That is dumb. What? Come on, fam. Come on now. I mean, we have to be seriously some dumb. I don't even want to say it. If you guys really believe that, come on, look. It's like right next door. Come on, fam. Come on, fam. Here, I got the material to show you. Now, let's go heavy on this, okay? We're going to go very heavy on this because for quite some time, I've been, yelling and screaming about who these people are and what they've done. Once I found out, matter of fact, fam, I found a video from May 29, and it was my first video, and I wish I had it. And it talks about it's the conundrum of what do you call it? Of Deuteronomy 28:49. And that kind of triggered the whole class because I remembered, like, it was my very first class. So even though I was still in the One West kind of indoctrinized mindset, spiritually I was walking away from it. Spiritually I was, and all praises to the Most High for that one, because I would have been stuck in there, fam. I would have been stuck in there just like many of our brothers and sisters, and completely demeaning myself. I'll tell you what. Here, I'm talking because I'm posting the pictures, okay? So just follow me up. I'm not just wasting time. My son one time came up to me. My son, he's got pitch black hair and light skin, okay? I also have other kids that literally are very tanned, nice, beautiful skin tone. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, so my son comes up to me and he says, "Dad, um, then I must be a white man." And I go, what do you mean? What do you mean, Bobby? And he goes, because look at my skin. I hate my skin. You see that, fam? My son said he hated his skin. What the hell is that about? And that's when I started wondering, like, wait a minute, hold on a second here. Ain't that what the white man taught us? To hate ourselves? Oh, hey, we're the same people, but you know, you're a degenerate gene. You're a silly dove. It is no different than eugenics. Eugenics taught us all of that. Here you go, family. Let's go heavy on this. Let's go heavy on this. All right. Now listen. Watch this scripture right here. It just came up. All right. I was having a conversation with a brother. I just remembered that. All praises to the Most High. Sirach 33:17. Consider that I labor not for myself only, family, but for all them that seek learning. So everything that I gain is not just for me. And this isn't for any. I don't give a damn about any credit, fam. I don't. I could care less. The Most High put it in my spirit, so I'm bringing it to you. Okay? So I'm bringing it to you. Let's look at this. We're going to use material that they've always had. Okay? So they're saying with the same people, and I'm just like, okay, let's be logical here. Let's not be like the Thessalonians. Let's be very open-minded, ready to learn, and search the scriptures to see if it's so. Historically as well. You can't just go by about. Hey, listen, I had a conversation. I guess some guy was like, I posted one of the pictures I'm gonna show y'all, and the guy's like, scripture. And I'm like, you ain't even paying attention. And he reminded me, oh, you got to prove a scripture. So I'm like, here's my class. And not only did I do scripture, I did a lot. But that wasn't enough. Okay, so let's go. Black Indians. It says here, the African influence. This is page 41. The African influence was the strongest in the tropical maroon locations, and their African methods of planting, irrigation, and harvesting held sway under African type governments. Africans, as experts on tropical agriculture, had a lot to teach both Indians and Europeans. Supposedly. Okay, watch this. Let's go down. Maroon self-esteem seemed to grow with each month of liberty. Oh, what? It also sprang from the knowledge that Europeans were often afraid to march out and challenge their communities' defenses. Their self-respect grows because of the fear whites have of them. Okay? So now the Maroons, the Moroccos, like, wait a minute. It sounds like they're different people. I believe this is page 4, this following page. Some Maroons perched near large cities and lived in what is it called? Bantus, I think. I'll look for it, fam. Now watch this. They raided local plantations, merchants, and even Indians and slaves. What? Wait a minute. So the Maroons are not Indians, and who are these other slaves? Okay, so the Maroons are not the Africans? Their communities were unstable, often had few women and children, and usually disappeared into the violence they helped create. And I'm like, wait a minute. That sounds like a very similar spirit that we deal with to this day. So I'm like, this is crazy. Let's continue. Following page. I think it's at the following page. Yeah, I should have took a picture of it. Let me see. Let me read this part. I believe. Hold on. Let's see. What page is that? That is page. Grab my second. It's in the first beginning, I believe. I was highlighted. Hold on. Oh, here it goes. It is on page 37. Here, I'll read the page before. It says, and maybe it's the following picture. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, watch, fam. It says, Your Majesty. Let's go up to the front where it says Africans, right? It says Africans had chosen a king and had agreed to kill all Spaniards, and that the Indians were also with them. Okay. Terrified Mexican officials, meaning the Europeans that are born here, agreed to halt any further importation of Africans. Okay, watch this. On the bottom it says, Your Majesty, the time is coming when these African people will have become masters of the Indians. Let that sink in, family. Let that sink in. In so much as they were born among them and their maidens, and are men who dare to die, as well as any Spaniard in the world, and I do not know who will be in position to resist them. The previous page, it says here, it was in Mexico that Europeans tested their strongest effort to keep Africans apart from Native Americans. Black men far outnumbered their women and sought Indian wives. A Native American wife meant if she was free, that children born to her would be free, not slaves, which honestly, that is incorrect, because in 1662, they passed the law Partus Sequatur Ventrum. But again, remember, fam, you got to confirm if this is true. You got to confirm if this is true, right? So let's go back because that's what I read here. Okay? So now let's continue. Next book. It's from the Lutheran Witness. In this book here, okay, I would suggest if you guys can purchase it, it's called The Lutheran Witness, classic reprints. I mean, you want to, it's up to you, fam. But on the date, September 7th, 1900, it shows here how the European, specifically the Spaniards, made sure to stop the Bible from being printed in the Americas. Let that sink in, fam. Since here, let me see if I could read it real quick. I'll show you. For you that haven't, it's not fair. Confirm and prove all things, right? Let's see. Watch this. It says here on the bottom, the printing press came to Mexico in 1539. For in that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of Christian doctrine. What that means, fam, is a Padre Nuestro, Credo, Ave Maria, Los 10 Mandamientos, and in that rosary was all they were teaching us, okay? So brief compendium of Christian doctrine, belief that auspice of the famous Bishop Fray Juan Zumarraga. That was just 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrims to the Plymouth Bay. From 1539 to 1810, remember that, we still haven't been fully independent from Spain. So, okay, based on history. When the immortal Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence, or during the 271 years of Spanish rule and misrule in Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of the Mexican people. The prohibition is still in force with regards to the printing of the Bible in any of the 52 different languages and dialects spoken in Mexico today. The first edition of the Bible in Mexico was printed in Latin and in Spanish in Mexico, in Mexico City in 1831 through 1833. Watch this, fam. It appeared in 25 volumes. You know, like the old school Bibles? Imagine having 25 of those with an atlas. It cost over $200 in that time. You know how much that is right now with inflation? About 8 to 10 grand, fam. You think un piojito peon like us vamos a tener el dinero para comprar algo así? Come on, no, man. So that it is still remained a prohibited book to the great majority of the people. Right? So watch this real quick. It says here, where are you at? Is this it? Oh, here it goes. Only Bibles allowed to the Mexican Catholics of today come in from 3 to 25 volumes and cost from 15 to 200. Such things as the 10 to 5-cent New Testament or an $1 Bible is unknown, because the Roman Catholic Church does not want the Mexican people to have the Bible in cheap edition. The Roman Catholic Church is afraid of the simple word of God in Mexico. I wonder why. I wonder why, fam. And elsewhere else, and everywhere else in the Americas, in the Caribbeans, it can give the people an edition full of notes and explanations from the Roman Catholic standpoint. You know how they have those little libritas, right, at the churches? But it is afraid to let the people hear what Jesus said when he stood upon the mount, or when in the fisher's skiff, or the lake shores, right? So all of that, basically saying you're not gonna read the Bible at all. At all. This is from the Lutheran newsletter, Lutheran Witness. It was a newsletter from them. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's my fam. Let me see what I'm looking for right here. Oh, that's right, I took it out. All right. Watch this real quick, fam. Now here, let's remind them who they are. So you brothers and sisters that may be new to this channel, okay? What I always like to do is I like to bring truth to what we're learning. All right. So let's go back to the scriptures real quick. Because again, what I know is this, that the Phoenicians, right, the so-called Negroes, the majority of them did rule Europe. They came out of Africa. They did. It's here. I'm going to show you. And their own people are saying that they're Africans, no matter what. And this man was in where? In Spain, in Granada. He was born there when they were ruling that place. So now, again, Isaiah. Let's remind them, family. You're not getting away with it. You're not going to hide from us. We already know the white man did it. Now it's your turn. Now the finger's on you. Isaiah 47:1. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There's no throne, O daughter of Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. You want to know why, fam, I'm saying this? O daughter of the Chaldeans. You guys are probably going to be like, oh, no, that's the white man. Okay. I'm going to show you. Let me show you. Let me show you something. Habakkuk 1:5, it says, behold ye among the heathen in regard, and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. All right. Now I'm going to show you something. So it says here that we're going to see something here that I guess we were told at one point. But when we see it again, we're not going to believe it. We're like, what? Like, no, that's not possible. No, there's no way. There's absolutely, like, no, that can't be. Yeah. It'll literally happen like that. Okay? I'm going to show you. So these Chaldeans, you see, fam, it wasn't just the white man that came. It was the white man and the black man that came to conquer our lands. Okay? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves. We read this already. And their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasted not to eat. This is from A Golden Age of the Moors. Okay? This is a book that I have. And in this book, it actually talks about how a particular writer at that time, a sympathizer of the white man that got conquered in 711 AD, okay, from the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, the Philistines, okay? He's writing about what he sees. Now, Habakkuk 1:8 was prophesied in 611 BC. This man here references this in 711 AD, around that time, right? That's 1,300 years apart. Now, we see this prophecy again in 2022, coming to 2023, and that's actually about 1,300 years again. Watch this. Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses are swifter than the leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar who sympathized with Christian Spain. The reins of the Moors horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch, like that black Jesus. Their eyes shone like burning candles, like the red eyes. Watch this, fam. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in the sheepfold at night. Verse 8, their horses are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves, fam. I'm not lying to y'all. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Listen, other writers were not of the opinion to the conquest of Spain and Portugal was a disaster. The whites in those Iberian countries were not viewed in favorable light. This is how the black man looked at the white man. Watch. There are near animals and men. They are by nature unthinking, and their manner crude. Their bellies protrude. Their color is white, and their hair is long. In sharpness and delicacy of spirit and intellectual specificity, there are nil, ignorant, lack reasoning power, boorish, and are common among them. Well, guess what, fam? When they're saying you used to look like them, they're saying that you mixed with these people, that we're intellectually submissive to them. That's exactly what they're saying. You need to wake up, man. You so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, right? That you're in these dumb, stupid camps and you're submitting to the so-called black man because you're saying that he's God. He's laughing at you. You are literally sitting with the enemy. Listen, family, I'm going to tell you right now. When they said the seal was coming about, that last hour, the scriptures talk about the hour of temptation. Watch this. Revelation 3:10. Right? Watch this. Now, we've been with the white man for quite some time, with white Jesus for quite some time, right? So why does it say this? Because Revelation 3:10, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth. You see that, fam? You see, the white man's been around, white Jesus has been around with us for quite some time. So what is this thing about the hour of temptation? Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast to which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Man. Moors had a particularly low opinion of these whites. What do black-only Israelites say about us? They had beaten them often on battlefields and with inferior numbers. Even the Europeans and other countries of this continent were looked upon them with disdain for their low intelligence and base ways of life. Modern European historians agreed with Moorish writers Ka'at in his History of the Crusades when he described the Prussians in the 13th century as being just a few stages above savagery. The palace of the then rulers of Germany, France, and England were, when compared with those of the Moorish rulers of Spain and Portugal, scarcely better than the stables of the Moors. The education of the Moors was at such high level that their scholars of Toledo, Cordova, and Seville were producing treatises on spherical trigonometry, and when the mathematical syllabus of the University of Oxford stopped abruptly at the fifth proposition of the book of Euclid, it was this superior intellect of the Moors. What are you talking about? So now, Mr. Black Man, you saying Kunta Kinte sold you to the white man? Yeah, we're studying trigonometry. You see what I mean, family? This is what I'm saying. You need to confirm the scriptures. You need to confirm the scriptures, fam. What do you got, sis? What do you got? Accurate. My abuela told me priests would ride on horses passing from house to house and asked if you have a Bible and saying, remember, it can make you go crazy if you read it. What? Damn. Wow. And mind you, she's about 31 years ago. She passed away. That is crazy, fam. Y'all seeing this? This is in Aruba. All praises, sis. Hey, you need to bring out more stuff. I mean, I'm telling you, that was an awesome information you shared with me. Because you know what, fam? This is exactly our point. Look at this. The horses would pass around. Like, hey, you, speak. Don't read that Bible. Don't read that Bible. Okay? Shut your mouth up. Don't read the Bible. Don't read the Bible. Shut up. Look. Black ass pitch. And they're saying that they look, who was teaching Christianity, fam? It was a white man. Did the white man bring Christianity to them? No. The white man basically just painted over their image. And are they supposed to have images? No. Now let's read this. For you all that never have read this, let me show you something. Hold on a second. Come on, what are you doing? All right, watch. Watch. Not that one. I thought I downloaded this one. Let me see if I can download it again. I erased them anyways, fam, so don't even worry about it. Plus, the Most High blessed me with a new computer. All praises to the Most High for that one. All praises, man. He works in marvelous ways. Okay, here we go. All right, so now we're learning about these Africans. The origin of the people of Africa. Okay, now, fam, watch. I'm going to show you this real quick, okay? Let me minimize this. Hold on. This is from this book. Oh, so you see this? Take a picture of this, fam. Okay? This is the book I'm about to read to y'all. This one right here in the bottom. This one right here in the third to the bottom. That's the Lutheran Witness. This right here, I'm about to bring that out to y'all. Indian slavery in colonial America shows that they really were not about to being our people. They were passing laws to enslave our gente. The Let the Blood Stay Pure shows they didn't mix with us. When I'm reading Golden Ages, that's what I just showed y'all. I'm going to show y'all Maya Conquistadors. Black Conquistadors, it's a novel. It's a true story, but it's written as a novel. And then I showed y'all Black Indians. These are just some books that I'm scratching the surface on that I got for y'all, okay? So be mindful, fam. Oh, wait a minute. Don't tell me I did that. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. So be mindful, okay? Just take a picture of that. Again, here it goes. Okay? Africa's gift to America. We're going to read that too. So we're going to confirm, because I know some of y'all are celebrating Sabbath right now. So, hey, might as well, stick around, man, and learn something tonight. You know what I'm saying? That's really crazy, sis. Man, that's, wow, man. I'm telling you, fam. All right, so you guys got it? Okay, all praises. Okay, so now let me get this picture back out. Okay, boom. Is that it? My bad, man. I'm over here showing y'all stuff. My bad, brothers, man, if y'all get offended by that. I ain't trying to expose you. My bad. But we family here anyways, man. This channel's family, so it's all good. Y'all know who we are. Let me see. Where did I put it? Oh, there it goes right here. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so this is from that book called, here, let me read it real quick. Hold up a second. Give me a second, fam. This is that remember, I don't know if you guys remember, family, about how I showed y'all the ABE books, how there's a particular company that prints them for you, right? So they printed it for me. It's called A Geographical History of Africa, okay? And the writer is it is a geographical, it's written in Arabic and Italian by John Leo A. Moore, born in Granada. He goes by Leo Africanus. Okay, this is not a white man, fam. This man was born in Granada at that time, and listen to what he said. This is them. This is black people. It says about the origin of the Africans. Our historiographers do much disagree. For some will have them to be derived from the inhabitants of the Palestine, because, as they say, being expelled out of their own country by the Assyrians, they came at length into Africa. Okay, so we know that they were expelled out of Canaan. Seeing the fruitfulness of the soil, chose it to be their place of habitation. Others are of the opinion that they took their origin from the Sabians, a people of Arabia, Solics, and that before such time as they were put to flight by the Assyrians and or Ethiopians, as had been aforesaid. You see this, family? So now they differentiate Africans with Ethiopians. Now I'm going to give you guys something just off topic. There was 2 Ethiopias back in the day. One in the east and one in the west. And the one in the west, which is in Africa, came from the east. Just sharing with y'all. I did a class on it. Y'all can find it if you want, or reach out to me to find out which one. Some others report that the African descended from certain people of Asia, who being chased hence by reason of wares which were waged against them, fled into Greece, which at the same time had no inhabitants at all. Howbeit, the entire thing pursuing them, they were forced to cross the sea to Moria, and being arrived in Africa to settle themselves there, but they're in enemies abroad, still in Greece. Okay, so now he says, all which opinions and reports are to be understood only of the original of the Tani people, that is to say, of the Nubians and barbarians. Okay, so watch this. For all the Negroes, all, not some, all the ones that look like African Americans, okay, they look like the Hamitic race. For all the Negroes or blackamoors who ruled Europe, remember what the IUIC taught? The blackamoors? You guys remember that? I'm going to show y'all real quick. I want to make sure you don't forget in case some of y'all came in after. Okay? Watch.
Page 77. I'm going to show you right here. Right here is Henry the VIII. Right there. Okay, good. Thank you.
You see that, fam? It says blackamoor. Negroes of coat of arms of noble families. Blackamoors. Okay?
Go to page where it says the icons of Constantinople. Right here is King Henry the VIII. King Henry the VIII, if you type it on Wikipedia, you're going to see a Caucasian man. That's what you're going to see, Caucasian man. This is Henry the VIII. He's a black man. Famous king, black man. But you see them as Caucasian man. Guess who this is in the middle? Queen Elizabeth I. She's a black woman. This is Queen Elizabeth I.
Blackamoor. Now, let's go back. For all the Negroes and blackamoors, take the descendant from Cush, the son of Cam or Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negroes and the Tani Moors, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of the Mizraims, the son of Cush. But the Tani Moors fetched their pedigree from the Sabians. And it is evident that Saba was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Hello? What do you guys say? I read Saba. There is an island here in the Caribbean named Saba, and the population is Ham. Oh, fire, man. See that? So then now guess what, family? Now what they're doing here, hold on, where is it at? Hold on. Well, let me see the map. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. So IUIC went to Africa, right? And they hid this map from us. It was unclear. For us, they showed us this here. This map, it was like blurry, right? You can't really see much. You can see some, right? Like right there, it says Dominion Philistines. Like, okay, we can't really read it. You know what I mean? Like, yo, what the hell is this, bro? You can't read anything. Okay, cool. So me, after I left, I'm like, you know what? Listen, I need to find out what the hell that is about. What is that about? So let me show y'all something. Let me see. Where are you? Many. Let me see something. Okay, not it. Let me see. There's a map thing there. I'm gonna look for the map, fam. Where are you? Oh, I know where it's at. I know where I put it. That's why. Okay, cool. All right, let's see. There we go, right there. Okay. Where are you? I have the map. Now I had it in my other computer, which was a lot easier to find, right? Obviously, because I had a lot of stuff in there. But I know I had it somewhere here. Let me see, man. Man with the ZZ, Mexican, roots of Judaism. Let me see a second. So I should. What? The host who? No. Recordings, keeping it 100. No. Fam, man, I don't like doing this. I hate doing this. I hate not having something for y'all. See if I can find it like this. I'm going to try it like this. Okay? Give me a second. Let's see. Map. Let me look for a map. Picture of a map. Here it goes. Bam. Finally. All praises to the Most High. All right, fam. So then eventually, I found the map. Okay? So now remember the Philistines, right? Remember the Philistines. Let's not forget. It says, for the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of the Mesraims, the son of Cush. But the Tani Moors fetched their pedigree from the Sabians. And it is evident that Sabah was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Meaning, there's no point in bringing it up because we know they're wrong. They know they're the Philistines, right? So then IUIC goes to Africa, tries to teach this and says, oh yeah, look, you guys are the Philistines. Yeah, this is our people. Look, you got Jews here. But when you literally look around, fam, there's absolutely no synagogues in Africa. None. Zero. And then this is what they hide. In the center of the map, it says White Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro about 620 AD. Yemen, Jewish influence. To the left, Judean paganism. What? Jewish colony. Jewish. Philistine. Berber Jews. Most of these, if not all of them, fam, they're freaking converts, fam. They're just converts. Now, are they some that might be? Yeah, I'm sure. But what I don't understand is why hide this information, IUIC? Why hide that there was white people there living among you? And then to the right, they didn't even show us this either. Look, the original red race was mixed largely with Negroes and whites. Oh, man. I don't even y'all can read that later. I wonder if I can post this. I'm going to post it on the Foundry, fam, okay? Matter of fact, let me do it right now. Hold up. Nah, I'll do it after. Anyways, watch this. It says here, where you at? Okay. Jewish kingdom of Granada, founded 300 AD by white Libyans. The kingdom occupied the great lowlands connecting the coastal routes with the upper Niger, or Jews were on the coast of Philem. Okay, cool. So it sounds like a lot, right? There's a lot to be read here. Let me see. Watch this. Put in the Fulas. The part played in the ancient people of Somaliland in spreading elements of a pre-exiled Yahwehism remains a matter of debate. You see that? Somaliland is the Punt or is the phut or put or phut of the Old Testament. In Genesis 10:6, 1 Chronicles 1:8, Put is the son of Ham, that is a vassal of Egypt. Now the Fulahs who have pushed across Africa from Somaliland to Senegamambia in the lower Niger have this very tradition that they are descendants of the Put of the son of Ham. Whether this be true or not, it is a singular fact that they have prefixed this name to almost every district to any extent which they have ever occupied. You see that? They have Futa Tora near Benegal, Futa Bonda, Futa Jalan to the north, Sierra Leone, Central Africa. There are also Futa Kosam. It's showing they're Yahwehism, fam. Listen, the whole stock seems to have had the tradition presented in Genesis 10:7, but there's no proof of a general acceptance of Yahwehism. So now watch this. Remember the Philistines? So these guys go to Africa. Look, Yemen Jews, Falashas, Berbers, Moorish, Negroes, Jews, fake Jews. Watch this. The Minian Philistines. The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew the Philistines and the other Cretans were in the Odysseus stronghold, meaning the equator, controlled by Egypt. Kashalum, out of which came Philistine and Caphtorum. It is not possible in so small of a map, meaning this one, to show all the surviving Philistine communities, fam. Communities. You know what I mean? Come on now. Get out of here with this crap that you guys are the Israelites of the Bible. We have apparently been showing you left and right that again, the last hour of temptation, what was that? What is that? So now we go back to Isaiah. Let's go back to Isaiah. Let's not forget the point. We're almost done, fam, because I got some books and then we're going to end it with that. Watch, Isaiah 47. What do you got? Okay, cool. Sounds good. Come down and sit on this dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon. Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. For thou shalt be no more called tender and delicate, because they ruled Europe at one point, fam, and they were looked upon as great. Remember, do I have the pictures? I have to go somewhere else. I don't want to do that. Take the millstone and grind mill. Uncover thy locks. Make bare the leg. Uncover thy thigh. Pass over thy rivers. Thy nakedness shall be uncovered. Yea, thy shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will not meet thee as a man. As for our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thou silent and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the lady of kingdoms. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted my inheritance and gave them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy upon the ancients. Hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke. You see that? And thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither didst remember the latter end of it. Therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that saith in thy heart, I am, and none else beside me. I shall sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. Well, guess what, fam? Aren't we seeing that now? We're seeing the turnaround. What are we talking about? People up in Philadelphia, people in Skid Row, the white, the black, the other nations are literally dying of their own things. But these two things shall come to thee in a moment, in one day. The loss of children, we see it. The widowhood, they shall come upon thee in their perfection for the multitude of thy sorceries and for the great abundance of thy enchantments. For thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thy heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. Why is this happening to us? Yeah. And the mischief shall fall upon thee. Thou shalt not be able to put it off. The desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. Family, that's why repenting is so important. As you repent, they drink the cup. Send now with thine enchantments and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth, if so be that thou shalt be able to profit, if so be thou mayest prevail. You see that, family? Now that's a heavy prophecy right there. That's why when you go to Habakkuk 2:6, it's basically talking about a combination of nations. It says, woe to the Chaldeans, shall not all these take up a parable against them, a taunting proverb against them, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his? Since 1492, who has benefited from these lands, fam? The so-called white man and the so-called black man. The so-called black man that is not our people, okay? Because our gente did mix with them, so there is a remnant of them that is our gente that looks like them, okay? So be mindful. Just like there's people that are light-skinned that are our gente, you may not think so, but they are. We come in a lot of shapes. And a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his. How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay. Shall they not rise up suddenly that shall bite thee, and awake that shall vex thee? Let me read it in a more friendly translation, okay? The conquered people will taunt their conquerors and show their scorn for them. You see that? The conquered people will taunt their conquerors and show their scorn for them. That's right. They will say, you take what isn't yours, but you are doomed. How long will you go on getting rich by forcing your debtors to pay up? But before you know it, you that have conquered others will be in debt yourselves and be forced to pay interest. Man, that's beautiful. Enemies will come and make you tremble. Enemies. They will plunder you. These enemies, fam, they're plagues, they're spirits, they're drugs, their addiction, their destruction, their promiscuousness, the homosexuality. All of what you see, those two nations are all involved in homosexuality and body count and sex and siggity sex. You have plundered the people of many nations, but now those who have survived will plunder you. Who brought the whole sex with music? You have plundered the people of many nations, but now those who have survived will plunder you because of the murderers you have committed. The murders you have committed, and because of your violence against the people of the world and its city, meaning our gente. You are doomed, damn it. You have made your family rich with what you took by violence. I'm sorry, family, but black folks, stop complaining. You guys are in a land that is not yours and you're asking for reparations. It was taken by violence, and have tried to make your own home safe from harm and danger, saying, no, it wasn't us. It was the white man that enslaved you, our people. It wasn't us. That's lie. That's a lie. You know why? Because we're proving it today. And we've been proving it in this channel for the last 6 months now. But your schemes have brought shame in your family. By destroying many nations, you have only brought ruin on yourself. Ma'am, the Most High is a beautiful thing. I'm telling you right now. I mean, where you at? Where you at? Here we go, right here. No, that wasn't it. Hold on a second, fam. Let me archive y'all real quick. I'm gonna archive you. 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 Okay? Just for the sake of privacy. All right. Sounds good. All right. So here we go, fam. All right. So we read that. So now let's go here. We know that the Moors were not our gente. They were basically trying to terrify our women. We know that the Europeans, right? That they basically kept the Bible. We know that in America, the Bible was here. The black man. They've been teaching Hebrew Israelism since 130 years, fam. Okay? Keep that in mind. That black slave Bible, that wasn't implemented for them. It was implemented for our people. All right? You see it here. We read the history of the well, you know what I mean. You guys read it, okay? Now we're gonna go into Africa's gift to America. Watch this real quick. This is on page. Hold on. I believe page 47. No. Page 50. Page 58. Okay. It says here. First Africans, not slaves. Strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682. It is given by competent researchers, 4 of whom are J.H. Russell, M.P. Andrews, Mary Standard, and Helen Catherall. Russell, in his chapter, The Origins of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. M.P. Andrews says the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archive shows that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of the period of indenture. The Virginia Old Dominion is what I'm going to show you in a little bit, okay? And it says here, Mary Sanders says, a common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in early period were slaves is an error. Virginia's first century. Write those books down, fam. And Helen's Cathedral and judicial cases concerning American slavery, judicial cases, right? In the Negro, a Carnegie Institute publication gives instance of the first Negro serving for only a number of years. It's regarding an actual court case. Okay? Watch this. Slaves for life. This is in page, I believe, 47. It's in the same book, fam. I apologize if I'm just not being completely resourceful, but I always remind y'all, order the books. I don't know how much this costs now, but I don't know. I've had it for several months, and I didn't ever saw anybody like basically bring it out, and I know why now. Okay, I don't know what page it is, but y'all buy it and look for it. The slaves for life were white convicts. What? Yes, the slaves for life were white convicts shipped from Europe. There were no prisons in the part of Africa from which the blacks came. Hence, there were no convicts among them. The word slavery was at that time loosely to use. Argos proclamation of June 1617 reads, goods to be sold for 25% and tobacco for 3 shillings per pound and not under or over. Penalty 3 years slavery to the colonies. You see that, fam? So which white people were coming over here? Convicts. And they were actually the ones being the slaves. And the ones that were doing servitude was blacks. Guess why? After the Civil War, all of this went upside down. Exactly my point, fam. You see what I'm saying? When you start actually reading the scriptures, yeah, man, that's what it is, Mexican. World against Israelite indigenous kingdom. That's what it is, family. I'm telling you, we got to be mindful. Let's not be like the Thessalonican that like, okay, you say that. Oh, we're Israelites because we're black. Oh, okay, let me put the fringes on. Oh, let me sing music. I'm going to make it to the kingdom. I'm going to have white people as slaves. No repentance whatsoever. None. I don't know if you guys can see that and read that. I think you can. Let me download it real quick. Hold on a second. It's from the same book. Watch this. Columbus in his third. What page is it? 17. Okay. No, is it the same book? Let me see. Let me confirm it. Hold on, fam. It might not be the same book. Hold up. Wait. Oh, yeah, it is the same book. Perfect. Okay. Columbus in his third voyage tells of seeing Negroes. And when Balboa discovered the Pacific Ocean in 1513, he found Negroes in Panama. Here's why, fam. Peter Martyr, historian of the expedition, says that there were the first Negroes seen in Indies. Balboa found them at war with the Indians, and they thought they had sailed over from Ethiopia. That's not correct. What ended up happening is they came with the first conquistadors. Okay? Think about that. And then they got away. All right, fam? Professor Weiner found that these Negroes traders traveled as far north as New England. Their relics have been found in graves there, and most notably a pipe with the Negro face, right? It is even possible that Columbus had heard of the New World from that's right, from the Africans who had been brought to Spain in Portugal in that time. Furthermore, Columbus spent some time in West Africa just before he left Spain for America. The southwest direction he took might be proof of this. Well, in the book called the Jews are Negroes, the Negro Jews. Let's see. I think I have it here. Let me see. Hold on, fam. Hold on. Let me minimize this real quick. Minimize this too. Minimize this. Hold on. Hold on, bam. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second. I should be able to find it. It should be easy. Hold on. I'm almost there. Here we go. Where are you? They knew. Oh, here it goes. So you see, fam, they were helping each other. Watch this. The Negro Jew, or the Jew Negro. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in earlier times sailed beyond Hercules pillars along the African coast, meaning between Spain and Africa. And there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the remotest parts of the ocean, meaning to this side. And after many days came a vast island at a great distance in Libya, and lying very far. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it, they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. You see that, fam? That's why when we read that, now we understand why it said that. Now we know why, right? Professor Weiner found that these Negroes traders traveled as far north as New England. Their relics have been found in graves there, notable pipe and Negro face. It is even possible that Columbus had heard of the New World from Africans who had been brought to Spain. No. See, this stuff they found after 1492. Okay? In the 5th century, we find another of those pyramids, Africans into Europe, blah, blah, blah. They came this time not as conquerors like the Moors, but as slaves. Yeah, I can read this book. Okay? Let's see here. Okay, so I magnified that. Let me go back. All right. So we know now the slaves, common belief. All right. This is from, the Old Dominion, Virginia, the Old Dominion. Watch what it reads, okay? That's part of the picture of the books that I showed you. I just got the book a couple days ago, family. Was it? No. Was it a couple days? Today, I think. Was it today? Yesterday? I think today. Shoot, I've been doing a lot, man. I apologize, fam. Let me see what you guys got. Hey, Studente Shalom, brother. The Virginia, the Old Dominion, okay? Virginia, the Old Dominion. Watch what it reads. It says, the last of this month of August 1619, that marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-government, saw also the introduction of new class of immigrants, laborers. These were Negroes, whose service, it now appears, were indentured, as in the case of whites from England and Europe. Previously, it had been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves, right? 1692, shadow slavery, apartheid. Here, let me remind us of like this honesty, fam. Like, I kid you not, a very, very hypocritical nation. Watch this, family. I mean, it's like, where are you? Where are you? Let me see. Oh, here it goes. Watch.
The legacy of slavery and placing slavery at the center of the narrative. And that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about Black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me
Yeah, it is. Watch, because we're showing it right now, fam. This is victimization. Y'all own slaves. You guys came to America with the white man. Look, that's why he's like, I hate to tell you the truth, but we came with the white man. So let's start from the beginning, fam. Okay, and then I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna shut my mouth.
The legacy of slavery and placing slavery at the center of the narrative. And that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about Black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how Black people, despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military, believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true, and in fact had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans.
You hear that? They didn't get treated as citizens, and they expanded democracy for everybody else, especially you Mexicans. So let's forget about the Repatriation Act, the Operation Wetback, the fumigation, the Bracero program, ICE. Let's forget about all that, right, Mrs. I don't even want to call you black because you're white. Look at your skin. Just because you got woolly hair, all of a sudden you guys are black. I don't understand that, fam. They've been mixing between each other for quite some time. You guys look up the word called miscegenation and then antebellum. Let's continue reading. According to available records, these Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves, for there is no proof that their persons were held as property or on terms any different from those white laborers whose service were engaged under public or private ownership for varying lengths of time. On the contrary, the evidence clearly points to the customary indentures, for Virginia archive shows that throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of their period of indentured. You hear that, fam? You hear that? These were Negroes whose service now appears were indentured, as in the case of whites in New England. Previously, it had been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves, while the bringing of them had been ascribed to the Dutch. Recent research, however, has cast a new light upon the transaction, right? A new light. And what's the new light for us, fam? We're exposing themselves. We're seeing who they are, right? What's the scripture where you at? You have plundered the people. Habakkuk 2:8. Here it goes. You have plundered the people of many nations, but now those who have survived will plunder you because of the murders you have committed and because of your violence against the people of the world and its cities. You are doomed. You have made your family rich with what you took by violence, and have tried to make your own home safe from harm. But your scheme have brought to shame your families by destroying many nations. You have only brought ruin on yourself. You are doomed. Verse 12. You founded a city. You founded a city on crime and built it up by murders. The nations you conquered wore themselves out in useless labor, and all they have built up goes up in flames. Didn't they destroy? Don't they do it now? The Lord Almighty has done this. You see that, fam? The only reason they conquered us is because the Most High allowed it. But the earth will be as full of knowledge of the Lord's glory as the seas are full of water. The Lord's glory is you brothers and sisters coming out too with the scriptures properly. You nations, you are doomed. In your fury, you humiliated and disregarded your neighbors. You made them stagger as though they were drunk. You in turn will be covered with shame instead of honor. You yourselves will drink and stagger. The Lord will make you drink your own cup of punishment, and your honor will be turned to disgrace. Family, I'm telling you, that's why it's important to read. These guys weren't in slavery. We just read, that is from this book here. That one. This is, I read it the other day, but I'm going to show y'all something. Nah, you know what? We don't need to because I'm not on that subject. It's okay. I wanted to show y'all guys this here. Watch this. Number 54. I'll just read it. This is regarding the Arsarit path, okay? And so the greater part of them kept traveling slowly across the great Tartary and other nations, God allowing and ordained thus his own righteous judgment in this extended journey of a year and a half, as stated by Ezra, until they arrived in Mongol. And from there, they crossed the Straits of Anian or Anain and went on and colonized the country of New Spain, beginning at the northernmost parts of it until their wars and their search for land, they had colonized all of it. If you read this, I'll just read it. I read it yesterday. Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsarit. The very learned Arthur Jeanbrard in Book 1 of his chronology states that Arsarit is the extreme point of Great Tartary or Scythia, that it is a cape or promontory, which is the boundaries of land or landmark dividing the old world and new world, meaning Russia and Alaska, above the Straits of Anain. That's the Bering Strait that they call it, right? And near which they crossed from that country to New Spain, like 2nd Ezra 13:44. So they could have gone by that route or by India and China, since there in that region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country kept the Old Testament and the law of Moses. You see that? Watch this, fam. Let me show you something. Now that we're on that subject, I'm glad I brought it up. Let me see where you at. Watch this map. Just like how it said it. Look, Berber Jews, black Jews, Jews, synagogue, 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 synagogue. You see that, fam? Philistines, it says there, right? I think it says Philistines too. It says black Jews. Mm-hmm. But do they mean African? No. In India, they got dark-skinned people. You see that, fam? There's synagogues here. Look, Jewish. I can't really read that. It says Jewish something. Genghis Khan, Jewish, Mongol Jews, persecuted by Christians. Synagogue. You see that, fam? Synagogues in Asia and in India. And what did we just read? We just read that. Literally, we just literally read that. Right? We literally just read that. So they could have gone by that route by India and China, since there in that region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country keep the Old Testament and the law of Moses, although with many superstitions. Superstitions besides. This is true. This is a full and sufficient proof that members of the 10 tribes passed through there and settled there, since that is clear from their observation of the law. And from there, they could easily cross the strait or channel which lies between China and the kingdom of Anain, which is the region of Arsarit, as may be seen on globes or maps. And from the kingdom of Anain, they went on exploring and colonizing those countries of the New World, never before seen or settled by humans. You see that, fam? This is that book. Oh, my bad. This is called the West Indies, Description of the West Indies, okay? Description of West Indies, 1620. Hey, sis, if you're watching, I don't know if you already ordered it, but you can order it. Now I understand what Dominicans hate the Haitians. Yeah, you see that? Because, hey, now there you go, man. Because the Haitians, a lot of them, a good portion of them, they're Phoenicians, brother. They're Phoenicians. And then, Alicia, if you're still there, you can confirm. Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that. My bad. Happening now in Haiti. The Americans and Canadians are going into Haiti, and news say almost nothing about it. I can't. What's the hurricane? Let me see what you're reading. And the hurricanes always hit those islands with destruction. Ah, yeah, yeah. It's hitting them. It's literally hitting them. Yep. Let's see. This is that book again. So again, this is not. But oh, by the way, you see that brother I showed him. You see, fam, look at this. This is where they get the 12-type chart, the so-called prophecy. So that all the peculiarities and characteristics mentioned as possessed by the Indians without a single one missing, and thus it appears quite that certain that the Indians come from the 10 tribes, in particular from that of Issachar, since they have the qualities mentioned in addition, temperament, customs, blah blah blah. So this is where they got it from, fam. They basically say Issachar right here. He called him a strong ass. So they assume that that's why they get the name. So it wasn't no stupid dream. Remember they say it was a dream? I saw a dream and Issachar is the Mexicans. No, fam, they got the book. You see what I mean? Can't be a prophet if you're reading a book and you get it from there. That's not prophecy. Hello. Black Conquistadors. That's a novel, but it's true. Narvaez. Chaos when the 600-man Narvaez expedition invades 16th century Florida with black people. This man conquered Florida. He killed a lot of our gente. Maya Conquistadors. Watch this. It should be page 163. It's talking about the padres. They're black. Watch this, okay? It should not be black clothed padres. They really take money. They really ask for great deals of money. They divide us mad over money. Therefore, these words we say to you, they are not lies, for this is really the truth. We will not prove it. For there were many black padres, 21 that came with the Spaniards, and not one of them knew our language here. Only one of them did, but the padre who entered did not teach, for at that time there were no elders, really just boys. So imagine what they did to our boys, family. These pervs, man. They traded in other kahab. Moreover, they wished to say little. The black padres, those black ones, they hated us. We are not recounting their ways to you, for every time they pile up a lot of money with much cloth, the household goods, which Dios understands belongs to us. For all these reasons, he truly understands that one Franciscan padre is better than many black padres. This is from Maya Conquistador. It says here, but these oppressive clergymen get really angry at us while forcing us to work at their homes, doing whatever they tell us. For those black men have their own homes and servants, meaning our people, and their own horses and rabbits. Furthermore, as they have settled in our kahab, we provide them with food and household goods. They have neither paid a thing. Mr. Blackman, y'all are still doing the same thing for the most part. Okay? Sorry to tell you. Nor do we ask for them. Nor do we ask them to. For they are ashamed of us and afraid of us too, although they are ka guardians and are given responsibility and are asked to go to each ka. And as they are not paid by the bishop ka, the burden of us, it is given to us, for there is no salary. So now we're giving them much food and they do not pay us. What are these Hebrew converts doing to y'all, fam? What are they doing to y'all? They're literally asking for what? For alms. They're asking for alms. Aren't they asking for alms? Super chats? You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. Discord with black fathers. I'm not making this up, fam. Now they're probably gonna say, you're causing division. Causing division between who? Like people that are not our people? Causing division is me teaching Christianity, teaching our people don't follow the laws of God. That's causing division. Let's go. Page 164. They do not love us, nor are we in their hearts. Furthermore, we are not accustomed to their being among them. We have spoken to them only a few times to see this or say that. Neither do they know our language here, nor do we know their Castilian language. You see that, fam? Black padres knew Castellano, meaning Spanish, nor do they really devote themselves to us, although we need them. Thus, we do engage them in vain. So now we are acquiring an understanding of the ways of the black padres. They often do not know how to trade, as they have their commerce with the Spaniards there. They will have no commerce with us. There are men with goods to sell who have gone before a judge so as to be given a license in order to trade with whosoever they meet. But the clergy don't take them. They travel a lot. So they are not able to. They really do not want different goods because they would thus pile up every day too many things. You see that? Whereas the Franciscan padres are not. Because it is truly necessary that to come into our district, for it happened that since the arrival of the bishops whom you sent, named Fray Francisco Torral, he brought and distributed black padres. They are falsely named clergymen. This is from the Treaty of Physical Geography. Okay, I'm gonna read it real quick. The rapidity which the color changes in seen in the English colonies of North America. It is not 250 years since the very first colony. Since the very first colonies. Let me see. Where am I at? Since the very first colonies arrived from Britain, and a much shorter time since the ancestors of most of the new present Englanders across the ocean. Yet they have lost their clear complexion of their kindred beyond the water and acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards, so that if an assemblage of each nation were placed each side by side, there could be no difficulty whatsoever in distinguishing them by their complexion alone. With respect to the intermixture with the Indians, we know as a matter of fact that it never took place. You see that, fam? It never took place. Watch this real quick. We keep seeing the color. Oop, I dropped my book. Watch this. This is the definition of Swati from Webster's Dictionary app, 1828. This is the definition of Swati. I'm going to skip to the bottom where it says the Moors. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more Swati than the French, Germans, and English. What? The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more Swati, meaning black, than the French, Germans, and English. You see, fam, for a long time, we've been told that it was only the white man that was a European that came here and conquered our people. We're finding out that it's not true. And then they were ruling Europe, right? Around 1700, right? They're saying that. Well, watch this. This is from the Indian or slavery in colonial America. And again, in 1666, and barely a decade before onset of Bacon's rebellion, Governor Berkeley issued an order against Rappahannock River tribes. A member of these tribes allegedly murdered some colonists in that section in violation of the Treaty of 1646. With the 1660-1661 Retribution Act in place, remember the Partes Oquertas Ventrum in 1662 that passed a law to enslave our Indian women, okay? General Court Berkeley presiding declared that for revenge of the alleged murders and for the prevention of future mischiefs, the tribes would be prosecuted with war and their women and children taken and then disposed of according to such instructions. We've been under attack for quite some time, fam. Okay. The devastation of the Indies, page 81. As the Spaniards wretched went about with their savage dogs trying to terrorize the Indians, men and women alike, one woman thinking to soften the hearts of the Spaniards, tied her 1-year-old child to her foot and hanged herself from the beam. Sooner has she done this, the dogs arrived and tore the child to pieces. The boy said no, he did not want to leave his country. The Spaniard responded, "Come with me, or otherwise I will cut your ears." And the boy still said no. He did not want to leave his land. The Spaniard unleashed his dagger and cut the boy's ears off. Remember Ezekiel 23:25? That's it right there, family. First one, then the other. The Spanish, when the boy said again that he did not want to leave his land, the Spaniard cut off his nose. Let's read it. Family, I'm going to tell you something, man. You guys got to have compassion for our people. Ezekiel 23:25. Because I'm angry with you, I will let them deal with you in their anger. They will cut off your nose and your ears and kill your children. Ezekiel 23:25. What more do you want, fam? What more convincing or so-called do I need to do? I don't need to threaten you guys. Oh, the world's coming to the end. Nah, man, repent. Just repent. Y'all decide. You guys decide if you want to repent. The bottom line is that. And I did say that I was gonna end it, right? But I'm gonna play a video to end it, like a actual class, because it's gonna confirm everything that I said. So let me find it, fam. Give me a second. I'm gonna be peaceful here with me. If you don't mind, I'm gonna put y'all like a little break. I'm gonna try to find that class, fam. It's gonna be about an hour and a half. So I know that there's still 4 of y'all here. I appreciate you, family, being here. I know that there was like maybe 7, and some people just left. Maybe they get offended when I bring the whole blackity black thing, and they're like, "No, there are people." Then you don't know the Bible, and you're caught up with colorism, and I can't help you. Can't help you. And you brothers and sisters that are seeing past colorism, all praises to the Most High, because the Most High is opening your spirit. The Most High is letting you see, what was to come. The Most High said that we were going to escape from the powers of evilness. Doom is coming to both of them. Those are facts, fam. This nation, these people, right? They were saying that to the white man, left and right, and everybody was okay with it. But now that we're saying it to them, they don't like it. They don't like it. It's not like we're lying. We're bringing up material. We're bringing out books. We're bringing out sources. We're bringing out maps. What more do you want? You so-called Hispanic, you still in these camps? Seriously, what is it that you're concerned about? Are you afraid to be alone? Do you not trust the Most High? Do you not trust in the Lord? Have we fallen that far from Him? Let me pause you for a second, family. I'm gonna find that video real quick if you don't mind. All right, I'm just gonna play some flute for y'all. I know you guys appreciate that too. So bear with me, okay? Oh, praise His family. I found it. Okay, cool. This is it's called a hypocritical nation with a major dose of victimization personality disorder. Okay. So now we've seen this. So now let's get some history regarding what I brought. Okay. Fam, it's 8:23 my time. Let's see, Sister Alicia, are you still there? I know it's like late for you. Let's see if y'all. I don't know if whoever's here. Can y'all let me know who's here? And like, what time is it over there? Wherever you guys are at. Anyone? Am I just talking to the wind? You guys are shy? Come on, fam. I don't need shy people here. All right. Yes. Okay, cool. All praises. All right. So we got Elishaba. What is that? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, damn, it's 12. All praises, sis. All praises. Well, it's Sabbath for you. I know that you celebrate Sabbath. Okay, so, I'm sure. 12:25. Call praises. Well, let's celebrate Sabbath with you. All right. Let's see. Okay, so it's called this. It's gonna be. Oh, I gotta be mindful of that, and I don't want them to block me. Okay, so let's see. All right, so we're good here. I think this is the video. Yep, this is it. Okay. Hold on. Make sure. I don't think this is it. I want to bring up the druids. Yep, this is it. Okay, perfect. All right, fam. Let's go ahead and watch. I'm gonna be here. It's kind of long, you know what I'm saying? So y'all can watch it with me. I'm gonna watch it. All right, it's been a while since I've seen this one. Okay. Let me go ahead and mute myself. Here you go.
Hey, shalom, 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 Israel, shalom. It's your brother Manuel again. Hey, by the way, just real quick, excuse the background noise. All right, my daughter's not feeling well, so you're gonna hear some crying in the back. Anyhow, listen, I'm gonna have to do this class real fast. I got a lot of information, and I'm really tired, to be honest with you guys. I mean, I don't mean like tired of doing this. I'm just really fatigued. This is very, very demanding, and Lord willing, I can take a break for a couple of weeks before I'll do any more videos, and I'm saying that in all honesty because I'm not the one making these decisions. To be quite frank with you, I'm not making these things up. Okay, it's just like I don't know, you call it revelation, whatever, and it's just coming, and I'm just providing. So what I'm gonna do, like man, I'm not gonna argue. And I thought about my approach the other couple of days, and I am obviously upset because of what I found out. But quite frankly, um, there's obviously anger is not going to solve anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep presenting my case. I'm going to keep presenting what I find. I'm going to keep presenting what I feel, what I sense that the Most High is providing me, because it just makes it's connecting the dots. You know what I'm saying? If you guys still think that I'm full of it, or I don't know, my precepts suck. That's what I was told. That I'm still a racist and I'm causing division and I'm causing hate, and that my precepts suck and they don't make sense, and that they're praying for me and my family because I'm not in the truth and I'm destroying them and I'm bugged out. So let's start, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's start. I don't got time for that, man. I'm just gonna go. All right, First Corinthians chapter 1, verse 25. Okay, so this is one of the best, at least for me. I really like this scripture because it defines everything about brothers and sisters like myself that don't have a very luxurious background. We didn't grow up in a silver spoon. We didn't go to college. You know what I'm saying? Some of us hardly made it through high school. Some of us didn't even make it. 1 Corinthians 1:25, it says, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. I think it makes perfect sense, right? I mean, even the most simplest, if God had any kind of simple space within him, his consciousness, if there was such a thing for him, it'd still be smarter than the wisest man in this world. All together, like a think tank, okay? The weakness of God is stronger than men. You can see that, right? Now, listen, for ye see your calling, brethren, and this is what I'm sharing with you guys, man. It's going to be difficult, to be quite frank with you, man. But look, as you know, what kind of doctrine is out there, okay? So it's a doctrine that says that only a particular tribe, so-called Judah, are authorized by the Most High to give up prophecy, and if it's not their precepts, then we don't know anything. My understanding is they call us silly doves. What do we know, right? And honestly, man, you know what? I'll side with you today. The IUIC, GMS, Sakari, ISOPK, you're right. I'm just a wetbag. I'm just a silly dove. I don't know any better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present what I have, and then, you know, if I still continue to be a dumbass, then I guess I'm a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm wicked and evil, and then all praises to the Most High that He will destroy me, because this is not what I want. This is not what I want. I care for my brothers and sisters, and I know that what I'm about to share today is going to really, if there's people watching, not a lot of people watch this channel, man. Who am I? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, the few that are not familiar with me, and that have common sense and logic, and are not manipulated by, you know, the conditioning that we go through, right? At least you have like some kind of sense of mind. You may actually hear it. You may actually see it. But again, I'll do my best and I'll continue. And Lord willing, man, He still wants to deal with me, because yeah, it is disappointing, to be honest with you. I know now what Jeremiah feels. Anyhow, 1 Corinthians 1:25, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, meaning, like, you know, you see these physically fit individuals, you know what I'm saying? God's not calling them. It says there, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty. Right, so He's not talking about, oh, I'm gonna go talk to the, you know, the wise scholars, and, you know, the people that write books, and that say that they know everything about the history of the Hebrews, and that, you know, because they have experience in Africa, that and because they're black, they know everything. I mean, what do we do? What do we know, right? We're just Mongols. This is what I hear. So anyhow. So I guess, yeah, it says, because of the foolishness of God is wiser than men. Hold on, let me go back. For you see your calling, brethren, excuse me. But God had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And God had chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are not. Okay? And the base things of the world and the things which are despised, God had chosen, yea, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are. So people like myself, we don't know. We ain't nobody, man. I don't have a camp. I don't have like 1,000 people following me. Sure as hell don't even have like 30 people signed up on this channel. But I'm not in it like that, you know. I'm just sharing what is being provided to me, and no individual is doing this. It's just the spirit, guys. I mean, that's all I can tell you. Okay, believe it if you want to. You don't have to. You know, it's obviously God, the Most High, that is watching and listening, and writing down everything that we say. So my hands are clean. Job 33:14, it says, "For God speaketh once, yea, twice, yet man perceiveth not." So, you know, for you brothers and sisters, God does find a way to communicate with us, whether it's through, you know, particular angels or particular scriptures or thoughts that come to mind. You know what I mean? And it says here, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumbering upon the bed, then He openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instructions." Okay. Now, there's a scripture that talks about this right here, and then hold on a second, and it just came to me. So hold on. It just came to me. So let me read this real quick. It says here, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumbering upon the bed, when He openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instructions." Right. So obviously, this doesn't happen overnight. Okay. It's not something that you can just, like, all of a sudden the Most High is going to figure out a way. No, you got to be a man that's keeping the laws of God, and then that you're meditating on them always and every single time. Okay. Because then something happens within that spirit, within ourselves. 2 Ezra 14:40 says, "And I took it and drank it, and when I had drunk it, my heart uttered understanding." So it's like, you know, you apply the commandments, you started learning, you started reading, you started really being meek and disciplined and completely humble, not trying to go jump into Sirach or anything, right? Just literally, like, just keeping it basic, being a baby again. "And I took it and I drank it," meaning I grabbed the scriptures and I started studying it, right? "And when I had drunk it, my heart uttered understanding," meaning my mind, right? "And the wisdom grew in my breast," meaning the wisdom grew in my spirit, my understanding For my spirit strengthen my memory. My spirit strengthen my memory. That's why when you hear that he may withdraw man from his purpose and open up the ears of men, this only happens when you're strengthening your memory on a spiritual level. Do you understand? Now, I mean, like, listen, whoever is listening to me, and they might think, "Oh, yeah, that's not a precept of the Hebrew what is it? Hebrew what is it? Compodium or something? Some Hebrew compodium doctrine? I guess I don't know. I'm just saying, man. That's what came to mind. So maybe I don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. I'll continue. Proverbs 24 and 30. It goes, Proverbs 24:30 says, and I went by the field of a slothful, and by the vineyard of a man void of understanding. So you see here Solomon, and imagine somebody walking, like down the street, you're walking, and it says, and I went by the field of a slothful, and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding. So this man wasn't disciplined, he wasn't preparing, but this is in a parable as well, okay? So I'm going to explain to you in two ways like this. He wasn't preparing, he wasn't doing much, he wasn't fixing his home, no. But in this sense, it's like I went by the field of the slothful and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding, meaning what? You're not in the laws of God, you're not studying, you're void of understanding, you're literally not in those commandments. This is why you have no hedge, you have no protection. Any doctrine can come in and just completely throw you off guard. Especially now, brothers and sisters, to be quite frank with you, there's going to be so many, especially the one right now is very powerful, okay? And lo, it was all grown over thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken. So it's like you could see it as an actual building, really destroyed, not being kept. But this is also you. And lo, it was all grown grown all over with thorns. Those thorns, listen, guys, those spirits that you never took care of. You see, you're never going to cleanse your spirit. You're never going to cleanse your ways. You're never going to change if you don't get rid of those thorns. And the only way that happens is the actual rigorous work. Okay, I talked about that as like the actual fetters in Sirach 6, I believe, or Sirach 21. I believe it's Sirach 6. And it says, and lo, it was all grown over the thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken down. Then he says, then I saw and considered it well, and looked upon it and received instructions. What he's basically letting us know is what? You looked upon it, you consider it, right? You don't always have to learn from experience in the sense of it happening to you. You can acknowledge, you can see things, you can pay attention to what is going on within your family, within society, you know what I'm saying? Within individuals. So like, for example, if you have a friend that's not really doing well, this is an example. You're learning from that example, you know what I'm saying? So anyways, let me get back on track here. And I started and considered it well, and I looked upon it and received instructions. Why am I bringing this up? Because honestly, as I'm looking at the way that this our Bible is being maneuvered, and there's so many thorns I see, man, and nettles, and it's not being kept up, honestly, because like in construction, if you don't lay down the foundation properly, and even a simple earthquake will really shake it off, right? And
Hey, fam, I want to share something with you, okay? Because looking back at this, at this time, I was experiencing something I had never experienced before. Now, I always had a very awkward pattern of sleeping, but for some reason, something was coming over me, man. This was around August, September, somewhere around that time. It was mostly August because I took off the channel. I took off the videos because YouTube didn't want to show one. I don't know what was going on. It was really weird. And so I basically reposted it in September, like 2, 3 weeks after. But this was in August, and I had lost. Maybe I didn't sleep for like 4 days. I felt like a tweaker, like a straight crystal meth person. Um, I couldn't sleep. So you could tell. I can tell now. I'm like, man, I was extremely fatigued. I was drained. There was a lot going on at that time. I was finding things and seeing things that I just couldn't wrap my mind around. Why? Why do I have to see this? Why me? You know what I'm saying? Like, and when I was sharing this with people, like, hey man, look what I found. Like, nah, man, you're crazy, dude. That's a lie. That's not true. No, no, no. We're black, man. We're from the 12 tribes, you know. What are you talking about? You're bugging out, bro. Da, 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 da. You're like, dude, you're going crazy, man. With all of that. Of course I worried, damn it. I'm like, what the hell am I finding? Why me, Father? Why me? Why did I have to find it? You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real, fam. Yeah, I was drained. I was tired. I was fatigued. All of this was basically, I don't care what people say. It was revelation, man. The Most High was using the Spirit. Excuse me. Excuse me. I had to let go of some gas. Listen, I don't know if some of y'all have experienced these particular things, but I have. Okay. And it wasn't like I was hearing voices. Oh, no, it was just like I was just studying a lot. Like it was just I couldn't stop studying. It was like I was day and night studying the scriptures. Like I couldn't stop. It was weird. I might have like closed my eyes for like 30 minutes at one point, and I'm like dreaming as I'm like trying to sleep. I'm waking up thinking of scripture. I have scripture all day for like 4 or 5 days nonstop. Fam, it's scary, man. Anyways, let me continue. All right, I'm just giving you guys an example of what I was going through in August. We're in December now, going into January, so it's quite some time. Let's go.
That you if you're a Hebrew and you look like a so-called African, then you mix with the other nations, and there's nothing absolutely wrong with that. Well, what I'm trying to do is wake you up that the truth is not what you think it is, and I'll show you. Okay, I'll show you, and then you guys can decide. You call me racist or call me crazy or whatever, man. You know, I've been called worse. So what I'm doing is I'm just playing some videos regarding like what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? I'm sharing with you guys what I'm seeing, the scriptures I'm reading, what I'm seeing, what's being provided to me. That's all I'm doing. And you guys decide.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee. Therefore shalt, and he shall, which the Lord shall send against thee. And he shall put a yoke of, and he upon thy neck, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee. And it shall come to pass,
is in the Torah. And what What is Aboriginal American history? And what is Hebrew/Israelite history? Can you have one without the other? If you answered yes, you are seriously mistaken. Some people watching this documentary, my goal is...
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Let me read this, guys. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has always and will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make any use of any material for the purpose to harvest any financial gain. However, under Title 17 of the United States copyright law, states material in use can only be done when it's for the theological, scholastic, sorry, I spelled it wrong, and general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Believe it or not, I wrote that, and then I copied some of it. So, you just Google stuff, man. It's not a big deal. Anyways, all right, let me continue.
Is that both of these groups will have some type of spark in their mental recollection that previously never ignited. We are not from Africa, and Aboriginal American history is in the Torah. And what most people don't perceive is the fact that the well-known passage of Torah, known as Deuteronomy 28, is specifically about the plight of the American Aborigines since the last several centuries. Before I start,
Okay, let's see what's going on. Yeah, that I read that actually too. It's very similar. You know what? Let me read that. Aboriginal says an original or primitive habitant, the first settlers in the country, are called Aboriginals, as the Celts in Europe and the Indians in America. Okay, all right. It says American, Native American originally applied to Aboriginals, a copper-colored race found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of the Europeans born in America. Yeah, true. Tell me again how all our ancestors are from Africa. Okay. Yeah, I want to just say one thing, guys. I don't pay attention to very new pictures because did people forget what happened in 1492? I mean, if that is such a thing, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. By the way, I see that guy on Facebook, right? This guy right here. And I guess his whole idea is that the original inhabitants of America were African. And well, you guys don't say African, but you look like Africans, right? You look like the people in Africa. So you can slice it however you want. You know what I mean? Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. You know, it's the same thing. You can say, yeah, you're so-called Aboriginals from the Americas, but you look African, and you say they're your brothers too. All right. Remember that picture, right? Know the difference. So we're Mongols, reds, whites, natives. So let me just tell you guys something real quick. This is for all you one who is camp, uh, I guess congregators, whatever. You see this here? This is no different than them telling you silly dogs. It's no different. You guys got to remember, man, who the real Hebrews are. Do you guys forget who was sold first to slavery? You guys forget who threw Joseph in the pit? And who felt bad for him, I guess. See, the worst thing is that a lot of these kids, because they're kids, and then some grown-ups, man, you're gonna find out they're doing is they're using material that has been provided, and that material being provided, it has a purpose behind it. I'm gonna show you guys something real quick. I like to read. Well, I got used to reading King James, okay? So I read it a lot. I have other translations, the scriptures, the Tanakh, regular Hindi, and I always use different translations. You always have to do that. Okay? And when I found out what I found out last night, after everything I had compiled, I wasn't gonna do this class today, but it's like there's too much waiting. There's too much. I have too much, and I gotta let y'all know. Okay. It was disappointing at the same time, but it's like it's still the scriptures of the Most High, but it's the intent behind King James. You're gonna find out today. Let's get rid of this, man. I'm done seeing this stuff. Let's see what else. Yeah, let's get some scriptures, man. Let's get some Bible verses. You know what I'm saying? Let's see Isaiah. Let's go to Isaiah real quick. Isaiah chapter 10, and then verse 1. It says, "Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievous woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees." Okay, so like passing laws, unrighteous laws. All right, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed, meaning oppressive laws. You know what I'm saying? Things that are not going to benefit our people. To turn aside the needy from judgment, and to take away the right from the poor of my people. Now that also is, in case you guys don't want to accept it because my precepts suck. Okay, fine. Take away the right is also the covenant, the doors, salvation. What did Romans 9 say? My brethren, who pertain to the adoption, the covenant, the glory, the promises, the giving of the law. That right there, right? That's what it's basically telling you. Well, you could use it in other ways too if you want to, I guess, in a sense. But it says turn aside the needy from judgment and to take away the right that belongs to us, meaning what? Salvation and possible and not possible and destruction for the enemy, right? To take away the right from the poor of my people, because we're poor spiritually, we're destroyed. I mean, look, listen. Some of us are doing okay, but it still sucks because it's painful to me to see my people being destroyed spiritually, and then out in the world, and then all of a sudden now in another church, they're literally drugged. No pun intended, but they drank the Kool-Aid. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. Let's see, and it says here to turn aside the needy from judgment and to take away the right from the poor of my people, that widows that may be their prey, and that they may rob the fatherless. Okay, so let me show you this real quick. I read that. I put that scripture down because of this, And see, that's why you got to pay a lot of attention to the way that these enemies are communicating with us. And I call y'all heathens, okay? Whether you are a Phoenician, Canaanite, or a Edomite, because you're both in this game, and I see it. Lord willing, brothers and sisters see it too. Okay, so look, it says the use of the term, and this is from a book I have. And honestly, if you guys want it, just reach out and I'll give it to you. The use of the term need, and you probably know this too. The use of the term Negro and Black to include persons of Native American ancestry in Anglo North America. Okay, remember, keep in mind that if you want to attack a nation, and you know that you can't do it physically, you have to do it psychologically. In 1854, the California State Supreme Court sought to bar non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. The court stated, but see, it's tricky because it says sought to bar all non-Caucasians, right? It says that, but check this out. It says the word black, like the color black, for example, may include all Negroes. So Negroes, okay? But the term Negro, Negor, does not include all blacks, or black persons. So obviously here we're seeing that negro, is different than the Negroes. Because this negro cannot be considered black person. But this Negro can be considered black person, which means basically it says the word black may include all Negroes, may, but the term Negro does not include all blacks person. You got to pay attention to the wording. This is basically they call it exploration of ethics, right? Or exploitation of ethics, right? Or exploitation of your heritage. Because that's exactly what's going on right now. That's exactly what's going on right now. Okay? Let's go to Isaiah 10:6, and it says, and I will send against him a hypocritical nation, right? And against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge, to take the spoil and to take the prey and to thread them down like the mere of the street. I put this one in here. Oh, let's see. In the series of my anger. Well, I mean, in a sense, this is actually applying towards us, right? But I wanted to use it because it says, and I will send against him a hypocritical nation. That's really it. So again, this is more towards us. This is towards us, but I'm using this specific space. And I will send against him, meaning you Israelites, a hypocritical nation. Now, why am I saying that? Because as you know, regardless of what Aboriginals believe or think of or misunderstand, we are here. You know what I mean? Like, hey guys, we are here. So somehow, some way, if you say you're from here and we're not, then that means we were taken in slave ships. And wouldn't that make it Deuteronomy 28? Again, I will send him against a hypocritical nation. This is towards us, but I'm using it for this purpose.
I understand.
Against YouTube, I don't own any of this material. It's only for educational purposes. Thank you.
And you think you are defending the plight of the black man, or yes, in your case, the black woman. But we are doing a disservice to the argument, much less your people, by conflating race with basic common sense.
I would say this. The disenfranchisement of black people in America is by design written into the actual DNA of this country. Your argument, however flawed, has been successfully promoted and propagated through repetition. We hear it over and over again. But I'm here to tell you that this vicious cycle of inequity will soon be broken.
The legacy of slavery and placing slavery at the center of the narrative. And that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about Black victimization and not patriotism. It makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how Black people, despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military, believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true. And in fact, had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans.
What's this girl's name? Miss Piggy. We're here. You know, unless you're an Aboriginal believer, it sounds like you're a believer that you're African because you're complaining about being enslaved. You do know that these lands were ours, right? Now, the funny part is that you guys weren't the only ones going through shit. Our lands were taken from the white man and you guys too. But yet, you're saying that everything was against you guys, and the so-called Hispanics, the beaners, wetbags, the rapists, murderers, the ones that go through where people can actually walk in your home and take your mom and your dad, separate your children, claim that this land is not ours anymore, makes us illegal, brands us with names, has white folks going in stores, shooting us up. Okay. But we're not suffering. That's not suffering. That's absolutely not suffering. Okay. What do I know, right? Remember what one West Camp says about you so-called Hispanics. We're silly doves. What right do we have to even question this thing here? Like I said, I've been told that my precepts make no sense, and that they're gonna pray for me because I'm destroying my family. Oh man. Okay, so you heard her, right? You heard her, right? So look, listen. I bought this. I got this from a particular book, and I don't remember. But again, if you need it, I'll get it. It says here, most of the listings are in the South, but there are also listings of free Black owners of slaves. Look, if you can type this up, you can actually find the book too. It says here, slaves in the district. Well, hold on, let me slow down. But there are also listings of free Black owners of slaves in the District of Columbia, Illinois, Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. In the North, Pennsylvania had the most number of free Black owners of slaves, okay? In Pennsylvania, numbering 23, with New York and New Jersey next. In the South, the majority of free Black owners of slaves were to be found in Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, Louisiana. And in many cases, Dr. Woodson says that the ownership was philanthropic. Oh man, I don't even want to read it. With the free husband purchasing, blah blah blah. But it says here, but in many other cases, the land and slave holdings of these free Black rivaled those of white planters. And I think this is from the Jew and Muslim. I think so. I think that may be it. It's here. In many other cases, let's see. In many other cases, slave holdings of these free Blacks rivaled those of white planters. In South Carolina, there were over 600 Black owners of slaves listed. Now, I'm going to share something with you guys. I have a book that shows this stuff. And guess what? Those slaves, they don't show the names of the slaves. You know what they showed? We were just numbers. So those slaves, those were not Black folks. They were not Black folks. 34 of whom were listed as owning over 100 slaves each. 3,400, and that's not even considering the 600 total. Even if each one of them have an average of 5 minus, 3,400, what is that? Let's see, what's that? 600 minus 34, 546? 536, something like that? And then you multiply that times 5. Let's say they average it, 536. Let's just average it. Okay, let's say, I might be wrong, 536, or 536. Let's say, for example, and let's say each one has about 8 slaves. That's 4,888 plus the other ones. What? 200 and more. About like yeah. So about each among were owning 200 or more. Were three. Let's see, 34 of whom were over 100, among whom were three owning 200 or more. So there was 2 or 3 that were owning 200 or more of our brothers and sisters. Okay, so like if you think about it, it's well over 7,000 people. Well over 7,000 people. Okay, but I was gonna play this later, but now I'm confused.
The one that will probably be the most surprising to readers is the one by Harvard historian Taya Miles on settler colonialism, Indian removal, and how the 5 so-called civilized tribes also engaged in chattel slavery. I knew we needed to have an essay that dealt with Indian removal, but we had to find the right ones.
See, look, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you something. If I was a black man and this white woman, if she was a white woman and I'm saying these things and I'm like, this lying ass demon, heathen, damn cracker, you guys would not have a problem with that. But because she is so-called, she's not even black. Anyways, because of that, guess what? Y'all don't say shit. Well, guess what? She's a freaking demon. That's the spirit of Canaan. Because we just saw, like, wait a minute, you guys have like a lot of slaves.
Oh, my bad, fam. What I was saying was that you're gonna hear me maybe mention a few cuss words every now and then. That's something I prayed up to the Most High. I really wanted to work on that. Okay, so forgive me, brothers and sisters. Again, this was back in August. Like this was being revealed to me back in August, late July, early August. A lot of stuff was going on. Okay, so again, forgive me about that speaking. But anyways, let's continue. All right, I'm trying to trim the fat, making sure that I stay as righteous as possible. All right, let's go.
And I know they weren't black, like African Americans, so-called. Here, I'll give you more. What was that guy from IUIC? They say hate talk. Oh, yeah, matter of fact, I'll show you. Here, you guys want truth? Let's find out. Let's find out what truth is right here. Let's see. Let's see this guy. Yeah, I saw him. Oh man, that's not it. Damn it. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe is. Where is he at? Said you wanted truth. Oh, let me see if I can grab him here. Because you know what? Honestly, I mean, we're being told that people want the truth. People want the truth. You know, John 8:32. We want the truth, and the truth shall make you free. You know, like I want the truth, man. I want the truth.
Let me get that for you, sis. Let me see what that says. Give me a second. Joshua 16:10. I don't think I've read that one. I read Joshua one time. Let me see. Joshua 16:10. I need to read it again. It says here, but they did not drive out the Canaanites who lived in Gezer. So the Canaanites have lived among the Ephraimites to this day. Wow. But they have been forced to work as slaves. Oh, man. Hey, listen, fam. You know what? This is definitely prophetic because even when you see the One West doctrine, what do they say? That the Ephraim is the so-called Borinqueños, right? And they keep them submissive, man. They keep y'all like, shut up. We the kings, Ak. We the head tribe, Ak. And, you know, typically Borinqueños, your brothers, man, you're outspoken, man. I get surprised when I see it. I'm like, man, they really are using the Bible on y'all, bro. But they have been forced to work as slaves. Whether y'all are Ephraimites or not, I don't know. Y'all need to confirm that yourselves, right? It's not my job to do it. And quite frankly, I would rather have you guys focus on repentance than anything, right? But look at this. Till this very day, they're going to have y'all as slaves. All praises, sis. That's a prophetic thing right there. That's all praises because it literally reminded me of the camps. Let's see, brother. What's going on, brother Mir? Pray for our people here in El Paso. I'm truck driving out here and my heater stopped working. I ended up getting, oh my God, bro. Holy schmoly, dude. Oh man. Hey man. You know what, brother, man? Let me, if you don't mind, sis, I'm gonna pause for a second. Let's pray for the brother, Mir, bro. That's heavy duty, bro. Because I don't know. Damn. You don't have it still, do you? I hope you don't like that's not something you're still dealing with because hyperthermia is no joke, man. What was it? Who was it? I know this cat from school. This guy back in the day, he went camping, man, to the mountains. He went camping to the mountains, man, and he had frostbite or something. That his toes gotta go. Oh, yeah, man. Oh my God. Oh dear, those meal. I know what you're talking about, bro. How they're driving them over there. You know what I'm saying? And they're just live. Oh, here. I know what you're saying, bro. Oh my God. You know what, man? That made me think about that. No wonder. Oh, you know what? That's why I got a feed earlier today. Let's see. That's what it was. Where is it at? No. Where are you? I just saw it this morning. Oh, like this. Look. Well, this is a short one, but it's basically that. Oh, is this it? No. Okay, look, watch. I mean, they're like in.
One of our goals is to make the.
It looks like they're in particular buildings, but I can imagine the brothers and it's still cold out there, man. See, the thing is, you in a hotel, right? I mean, I'm in a house. We're in homes and we're warm. They're not, man. All praises, brothers. I really. Hey, listen. What was the name of what was the title of the class, fam? Let me remind myself again. It is called Centuries of Chaos. No joke, man. No joke. It don't stop.
Of the League of United Latin American Citizens, Domingo Garcia, joining me now to talk more about this. Domingo, great to have you with us. You just saw Maria's piece there. Clearly, the U.S. immigration system is not ready. It's not ready. We're already seeing what's happening, and it's going to get worse. So Governor Abbott is even saying it's going to be catastrophic, what we're going to witness. So what is your witness, or your message, rather, to Governor Abbott at this point?
Well, I've been to the border. I've been to Martha's Vineyard and to the Vice President's house. Politics and using immigrants for fear-mongering and scapegoating doesn't work. Title 42 doesn't work. We have a broken immigration system. We have a terrible humanitarian crisis on the border. We're talking about women and children, fellow Christians, freezing during Christmas. and everybody's turning a blind eye. The fact of the matter is, the federal government needs to step up right away, send fundings to cities like El Paso, Del Rio, and Eagle Paso on the border to help those immigrants. And also, the Congress needs to pass a bipartisan bill to allow legal immigration, so in order to stop the illegal immigration that we have now.
Look at that, fam. Think about that. I mean, oh my God. Hey, listen, I'm in San Diego, okay? I'm by the coast, and let me see what it's at right now. What's the degrees at right now? I mean, I have two shirts underneath me, my jacket, and then every now and then I'll put my thicker jacket in my home. Now I live in an older home, and that's probably why, because it's an older home, right? You know what I mean? So does get cold here. It's not like newer homes, but if you think about the weather outside in Texas, let me see, what's the weather like out here? Weather Oceanside, because I'm in Oceanside. It's 52 and it's kind of cold here. It's going to get as low as 42. Okay. Now, what's the weather in Texas? Weather, the brother just said it, right? It's literally cold. Let's see, Dallas, Texas. 22 degrees, fam. 21, 22 degrees. Hey, Vladimir. Hey, brother, man. Stay safe, bro. Stay warm. Oh man, that's crazy. Hey, I'll definitely reach out to you, bro. I'll talk to you about something particular too, by the way, in case you may yeah, all praises, brother, man. Yeah, but you know what, bro? Honestly, family, this is a time definitely to pray for our gente like this. This is what I'm talking about. We got to pray for our people. Even the scriptures talk about that. Where are you at? I just had you right now. Let's see. Is it this one? I think it was this one. I was reading it earlier today. Give me a second. Isaiah 14. Was it Isaiah 14? Let me see. I was reading it. Give me a second, fam. I thought I had it. Let me see. Give me a second. I'm looking for something. Oh, no wonder I wasn't in my book. Hello. Verses 572. But the heathen, the land laying heavy upon the holding them state hindered the building. And by the secret plots and private persuasion, the commotions they hindered. See, watch this, fam. Watch this, okay? First Ezra 572. But the heathen of the land laying heavy upon the inhabitants of Judea, right? Holding them straight, hindered their building, meaning hindering us coming together, right? And by their secret plots and popular persuasions and commotions, they hindered the finishing of the building all the time, right? So now you're seeing a lot of commotion going on. Like he was saying, they're going to use us for propaganda. They're going to use us for what? What do you call it? A piñata. But quite frankly, man, when it comes to what is going on, like Sister Elishua was saying, like I see the chaos creating, and I see something going on as well. Like this is heavy. The revelation has been going on heavy this year. Literally, they're being like broken in pieces now. Now they're like, oh, look, we need the media to like tell us who we are. Yeah, because guess what? Somebody's coming behind you telling them, no. That is not who they are. Who they are is these people. The real Hebrews are these people right here, suffering. Man, this is heavy. It's hella cold.
Pass a bipartisan bill to allow legal immigration, so in order to stop the illegal immigration that we have now.
Now, why leave it open in December? Why create all of this in this winter? It's one of the coldest winters ever, fam. I'm telling you, man, they're going to use whatever commotion, popular persuasion to destroy our gente.
Now.
And Domingo, you know what's happening. So many of these families are getting mixed messages. They think that once they get to the United States, once they get to that border, they will be taken care of and everything will be better. They're arriving to catastrophic situations, from health to resources. It becomes a safety issue. So what can we do as a country dealing with other countries as well to properly inform these family members that just are looking for a better life, and they're being told the wrong information?
Well,
And that's true, because our gente are the ones that are suffering. Here, you guys can check this out. It's an interesting video, man. I'll check it out later too. Right? So I appreciate the information, Vladimir. I'll definitely be out there praying for you, fam. You know what I'm saying? If your families too, man, be mindful of that. Remember, we got family. This is what we're doing. We're building here. Okay, we're trying to make sure that we can come back together again with the spirit of the Most High. Okay, now let's continue.
You don't know the truth, brother. Okay. Well, we're gonna give you some truth today, and let's see if you can if you really mean what you're saying. After today, I will tell you guys, whoever is the diehard mad scientist with the King James Bible, and you swear up and down that he's an Israelite, you are in for a very rude awakening today. A humongous disappointment from your leadership that could have just basically told you guys the truth. And I honestly believe, I sincerely believe, something in my spirit is telling me that they know.
Love thy neighbor as thyself. That's right.
Again, this material doesn't belong to me, just for educational purposes. Please, YouTube, don't block me.
All right. Let's answer this question.
This guy says he wants to know the truth, so let's hear what he says.
I want to ask you a couple questions too. Come on. Chapter 6. Hold on, bro. I'm about to read. I'm about to answer your question right here. Come on. The book of Psalms, chapter 68 and verse 11. Bring it out. The Lord gave the word. The Most High God gave the word. That's right. And what does he look like? He's a black man. He has woolly hair. Right. And when Christ comes in sun, he's a black man as well. He has woolly hair. That's and he's going to judge this whole planet Earth. Right. The Lord's going to judge America. Right. America is the last kingdom before Christ comes. Right. America has not been judged for the evil that it has done upon the whole world. Bring it out. Oh, America has raped, robbed, and pillaged the whole planet Earth. Right. And these are the accessories. All right, the so-called white man, because he's not white, he's red. That's and there ain't no hate campaign. Right. This is truth. This is truth.
All right, so I want you guys to remember what he's saying. So when you guys bug out on me, I'm going to tell you, this is truth. This is simply truth, right? Let me do something here. Let's see, it's page 10. Okay. So I'm trying to show you guys something real quick. It's a particular type of spirit every nation will always manifest itself over and over and over, past, present, future. Okay, which is why we're going to touch on Ezekiel 28, because a lot of people say that Ezekiel 28 is Esau. The Christians, the black Hebrews call him Esau. They say that it's Esau, Ezekiel 28, even though it's not even saying Esau at all. Okay. The so-called white man says that it's Satan. All right. And other than that, I think Sakari got almost close, but then they stopped because apparently the regeneration aspect of the Tanakh, the Torah, the past, present, future, apparently it applies to everything but that scripture, because they said that already happened. It ain't going to happen again. Which, I'm going to tell you something. It happened again. And I'm going to show you guys with the Bible and with documentation outside the Bible. And you guys can verify it again. I'm just presenting. You decide. Again, maybe I'm just a silly dove, and what do I know, right? I'm just a so-called wetbag Northern Kingdom dude. You know what I mean? I'm not Judah, so I shouldn't have the authority to even, like, the audacity of mine to think that I know the Bible. You know what I mean?
Hey, Vladimir, yeah, bro. Gracias, familia, family. I really think that they did this on purpose. They mean nothing but detriment to us. I'm heading back under my blanket. Pray for our people out here, man. Shalom, fam. Yeah, brother, we'll definitely do that. I was actually about to start it, man, when I would just kind of open my eyes real quick. and I saw it. But that's tough, fam. You know what I'm saying? Again, it's continuous. It doesn't stop for us, man. But yet we don't have a what's his name? Kyrie Irving or Cayenne Pepper, right? Centuries of chaos, fam. Centuries of chaos. By who? By these people. Let's go.
I'm saying, like, it's just not going to fly. All right, so check this out. I have this book. Oh, no, yeah, let me read this first. Let me read this book. Hold on, let me read this first because it's important. So here we're talking about the history of Ireland. So we know now that in Ireland and Britain, in Scott, we've gone through some classes before. I've showed that the European or the so-called Europeans at that time were the Phoenicians, the Canaanites. Okay, now Europe is called Europa, which is the name of the actual Phoenician goddess. You guys can look this stuff up. I put a video up so you guys can look at it. I'm not going to look through it. Okay, so I've showed all those things. So I basically am saying that the Phoenicians were there, they conquered those lands, and the Phoenicians had been there since until 1492. I'm going to prove it. It says, in those days, Herodotus, by whom first vaguely and without any certain knowledge of a sea beyond the straits, the importation of tin from the Cassiterides is mentioned. It is hardly too much to assume that the Phoenicians had for some time formed a settlement in these islands, right? They had formed a settlement in these islands. It says there, settlement in these islands, that they must have had a factory here and is pretty generally concealed. Wow. But a people whose system, this is the way that this nation functions, okay? But a people whose system it was to make colonization the basis of their power. Let me read that again. A people whose system it was to make colonization the basis of their power. We've been told that this is the white man, that the white man does this. And we're seeing now that, no, not only the white man. Now, this is from Free Negro Owners of Slaves. Watch this. Okay? Remember what that lady said, that, they needed to find a particular report on our brothers and sisters, our native brothers, our Hebrew brothers, and I guess the 5 civilized tribes. And she's like, quotation marks, you know what I'm saying? Like saying like they weren't civilized because they owned slaves. Unlike them, they didn't own any slaves. They went through the shadow slavery and it was really bad. I don't know. I'm reading this. I'm showing you guys, and they're telling us something else. It says, it is hardly believed that a considerable number of Negroes were owners of slaves themselves, right? Let me skip down. You guys can read more. It says, in census records shows that the majority of the Negro owners of slaves were such from the point of view of a philanthropy. Sure. Then it says, benevolent Negroes often purchase slaves to make their lots easier. You're going to find out that there is a narrative behind these particular statements, okay? They're softening you guys up for what I'm about to show you, quite frankly. It's very interesting too. By the way, espionage, manipulation, enchantment, sorcery, the Phoenicians all brought that. The Druids, the Stone Age, all of that is the Phoenicians. All of that is the you Canaanites, you Phoenicians, you Canaanites that have the Bible right now in your hands. Okay, let's see. Maybe some of you guys are our people. I don't know. I don't think a bunch of you guys are. I'll show you. Let's see. Let me go. That's not where I want to go. Well, you guys can see slaves, and some people own slaves. But here's what I want to show you. In the South, where almost all Negro slaveholders were, moreover, we find some of them competing with the large planters in the number of slaves they own. Most of such Negro proprietors lived in Louisiana. It's similar to the other report. Look at it. By 1840, the trend towards degrading the free Negro to a lower status had become evident even in the apparently benevolent slaveholding state. So now we're seeing something within the spirit changing, okay? I'll get you that later. But the point being is, look, you see this here, guys? You so-called black man, you so-called black woman, who is complaining about the white man, who is complaining about the so-called Hispanic, that we enslaved your people, who is complaining about the, quote-unquote, 5 civilized tribes, okay? who is complaining about the white man, look at you guys. The Journal of Negro History. That's you guys. And you know who's enslaved?
Message.
Our native brothers, not your people. Why would you do that? But see, here's the thing. You guys were never in slavery. Yes, I said it. You were never in slavery. The transatlantic slave trade is a big BS pile of poo-poo from the worst pig you can imagine that ate all kinds of rotten food and didn't take a dump for like a month. That's exactly what that is. Look at yourself. Look at it yourself. I'm asking you guys. Any camp, I beg you, please confirm my information. Please tell me that these are not black people. Please tell me that they're white. Please tell me it's a mistake. Do the due diligence work and tell me it's a mistake. Because I don't want to have this understanding if it's, like sickening and tortured. And maybe this is a lie, right? This is a Woodson Carter, free Negro owner, 1830, Washington, Library of the University of Illinois. You guys call those primary resources, I guess. I mean, honestly, I have like 1,000 of these books. I'm not showing off. I'm telling. I read a lot, guys. I read a lot, and not just the Bible. So I don't know how I do it, honestly, man. But I have a plethora of. If you had a city, and I could go in many directions, I could go about 10 different directions and 10 different subjects that all touch on the Bible, whether it's history, theology, or so-called. Anyways, I'm not here, man. That's not what matters, bro. Let me stay in the spirit, bro, because that's not good. Free Negro owners of slaves in the United States in 1830, together with absentee owners of slaves. Let me play this. Let me play this. Remember what these people are saying, and I said these people.
I understand you think you are defending the.
Not with this type of mentality. How can you sit there and say that you suffered and you care about people that suffer, and you're saying that, oh, well, we suffered different? But I'm looking at paper documentation that you guys wrote, and it shows that you guys never even had a glimpse of the suffering that my people went through. And I'll show you that while you guys are enjoying your time here in America, I'm going to show you what was going on in down south. I'm going to show you.
Right.
But let's remind ourselves, because apparently the so-called black woman and the so-called black man says that the Hispanic man, the Asian man, the Moabite man, the white man, the Samoan man, like basically everybody hates black people because we all enslaved them. They never did anything wrong, ever. They never enslaved anybody. It was always a white man. Okay, let's find out.
Of the black man, or yes, in your case, the black woman. But we are doing a disservice to the argument, much less your people, by conflating race with basic common sense.
I would say this. The disenfranchisement of black people in America is by design written into the actual DNA of this country. Your argument, however flawed, has been successfully promoted and propagated through repetition. We hear it over and over again. But I'm here to tell you that this vicious cycle of inequity will soon be broken.
Okay, very motivating, right? And by the way, you know what's funny about this movie? Well, there's a lot to say about this movie, right? But there's a picture where you see when she's like wakes up in the morning and she's gonna go take a shower. I think after her husband says that. Before. And there's on the wall, the camera catches just enough of the portrait for you guys to see it. It is giving you an idea. Everything's symbolized, right? So it is showing you that this so-called person that is playing that role, that she has generational wealth, that she comes from a family, a European, a French family. You can see it by the way the homes are styled, the fencing. America at that time wasn't having that type of architectural designing. And I know this because I do commercial insurance. I insure properties and businesses. I told you guys, I have different routes to go. Okay, so anyway, let me move on. So slaves, you guys can see the book. Okay, so you guys can see it. Primary resource, so-called, and somebody tell me that it's not true. Because some of these guys that had like 100 of them. I saw one that had right here. 75. Bruce and Gratz, Lexington. David Samuel had 1. And, you know, like, remember how they say, this woman said, oh, that the 5 civilized tribes took part in the slavery. Like, I thought they were scholars. She said that black woman was a scholar. I don't have any college degree, guys. I don't even know where to start. To be honest, I don't even know how this information falls in my lap. I really don't. I mean, I enjoy it, reading, but it just falls in my lap. And lately it's been happening that way. Look at this, dude. All of these people are black. All these people are black people. Black, so-called black man, so-called black woman. Right? You see that? Thomas Carter, overseer, 120 total slaves. You Hispanics, you Gadites, you Seminole Indians, and now you guys want to sit around with a 12-type chart that is completely debunked. You're gonna break bread with people that have a spirit that are simply gonna destroy you. They're not gonna try to enslave you right now physically, guys. They're looking to enslave you spiritually. If you don't see it, then I can't help you. I mean, I don't know what more I can show you. I'm gonna continue. Let's get some more. I'll show you some more. Watch this. I brought this up the other time, I think. Oh, you know what? Let me close this because these are just like notes. Let me go here. And I'll go from this point to here. Boom. So we see that somebody was enslaved, right? And I'm going to show you guys that it wasn't them. Watch this. This is from Jews and Muslims in British Columbia. We don't know we don't know how the Berkeley 100 indentured servants were treated after they were put to work. There's little to go by. Of the 1,200 newcomers in 1619, more than 800 perished. I'll go over it another day, but this is you see these particular Phoenicians, right? This is how dumb they are. Sorry, I'm going to say it. They came to this area, right? They were the first pilgrims. They came to this area and they expected our people to feed them, to clothe them, to nurture them, to harvest food for them, everything. So obviously our people were like, man, get out of here, dude. You see, this is the thing about Hebrews. The real Hebrews, bro, we work hard. Regardless of what happens to our life, we don't complain. We just keep moving. What Hebrew in the Bible did you hear was complaining? Blaming the nation. There's no Hebrew in the Bible that is completely blaming the nation. What the Bible is saying to us is prophesy against what? Prophesy Isaiah 58. Tell our people their sins, right? Prophesy against the nations. That doesn't mean go out there in the street and then go cuss out the white man. Go cuss out the churches. The hell, man. You guys forget that we're looking for the elect first and then the 1/3? There's no need for that, man. When truth is real, it will always prevail, man. It will always prevail. Look, listen, check this out. That's why, because I'm showing you this. Look, chapter 7, people traded, 1630, 80,000 left England to Chesapeake, New England, and Caribbean. Most of them indentured servants. Why? Because you'll see in the material that I have, if you want me, I can show you, but not right now because I want to get through this. It actually shows that some of them, well, a lot of them were family members, indentured servants, and that they would probably do like a 4-year so-called term agreement. And then after that, they were free to go. So then they would hire an indentured servant, one of their family members, or like a husband or a wife. And then there was what's that law called? Something right, start right. It was start right. That's what it was called, start right. That's right. So like, for example, if I get a slave, indentured slave, then I would get an acreage based on that slave. So all these people that you see, by the way, all these people that you see that have slaves, each one of them was a particular acreage size. And the government gave them that. So you guys are sitting here saying that you worked very hard and you were enslaved and all this and that. But just like the white man got his freebies from them, you guys did too. But you know what? What do I know, man? You know what I'm saying? What do I know? I'm just a silly dove. It's what One West calls Northern Kingdom. Silly doves. And you know why they say that? because you guys believe in every doctrine. That's why, what's his name? Bishop. So I'm not even going to call him Bishop because he's not. Nate, Nathaniel, whatever it is, you're the cop guy, right? Or ex-detective. He always says, no good northern kings. None. That's what he says. So they sit there on the towers and they literally say, like, you guys are nothing to us. We are Judah. What the hell? Who are you to question us? Right? But it says here, because I'm not questioning you, I'm just showing you. By the end of the century, 200,000 people, men, women, and children from the British Isles, listen to this. IUIC, Sakari, GMS, okay? Listen. Nate, listen to this, bro, because you love to say, oh, the so-called white man. Look at this. From British Isles would have been transplanted to British America. Right? Matter of fact, I have one where it actually shows that a lot of them went to the Caribbeans. Yeah. So the ones that you call Levites, those are freaking Canaanites. Like the little short Dukan guy you got. What is this? Labak, whatever. He's a Canaanite. Okay? You can tell in the spirit. You can tell in the spirit. You can tell all across. I'm sorry to tell you guys, man, but look, there's more. Look. Jewish pirates, whatever. You guys can read it. Maryland were Jewish and Moorish descent. So all of the people, if Jewish, Moorish, self-identification or public labeling as such, all of the people that came out of there, because remember, they expelled the so-called the converts, the convert Jew, the fake Jews, the Jewish, and then the Moors, which were basically studying and practicing Muslim, Islam, okay? Or some of them were kind of mixed back and forth. But the Moors really called Moors because they were up there dark. So a lot of them were Arabian and they did practice Islam. It was kind of like a conundrum when it comes to it, but they were black. They were Phoenicians. These Jewish, that's what it says, Maryland were of Jewish, Moorish descent, okay? Watch this. You see this here, immigration. I'll just keep going. You know, like, I mean, honestly, where's the one I'm looking for? It says here, yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it's this one. Oh, no, I already did. Okay, so basically almost 400,000 people, okay? Almost 400,000 people. So I don't know, what do I know here? Amos 3:1, it says, hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, verse 7, surely the Lord God will do nothing but reveal his secret unto his servants, the prophets. Okay? So if I'm not a servant of God, he's not going to reveal absolutely nothing to me. So we're going to find out today if I am a servant of God or not. Because I don't have 7 heads or 14 arms and 14 feet and a plethora of officers and captains. I do your research and do all these things. Everything that you see on my videos, I've done. Everything. I don't have no help. I don't need no help. Let me rephrase it. I have the help of the Most High. So I don't need no help from another man if no man wants to help me. I'm more than willing to get help because this is tiring. And I don't mean tiring, like there's a lot involved in what goes on. It's not just about putting scriptures together, which I know you guys think because my scriptures suck. Yeah, I guess there's somebody tell me, oh, you guys should sell the precepts because apparently they're ironclad, whatever. 2 Thessalonians 2:3, it says, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. You see, we're being told that this happened with the white man when he came, right? That was 500 years ago. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first. So, which day is not going to come? I mean, we've been in slavery for more than 500 years. And that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. And it says it, who opposed and exalted himself above all that is called God, right? That is worshipped, so that he, as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Remember ye not that when I was yet with you, I told you these things, right? This is Paul telling us. He already told us that this was going to happen again and again and again and again, past, present, future. And now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in this time, in his time. You know why? Because the so-called white man came, supposedly, right? The image of the white man. Okay, supposedly. It's been 500 years. And now all of a sudden, we get an image of a black man. We used to criticize the Christians because they had images. The one was criticizes Christians because they have images, but y'all have images. You guys have the so-called Star of David, and that shit is not the Star of David. If you just knew where that came from, okay, all right. Let me continue. Remember ye not that let's see. Now ye know what withholdeth, that he might be revealed in his time. For the mysteries of iniquity do already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of his way. And that's a warning for you guys. Okay? And they look, I'll say this. If the truth was in these rooms, and I would not be sharing this. This is not about envy, like, oh, I want a big congregation. Look at me. No, that's again, if it was the truth, I wouldn't bother. But you know why I'm sharing this? Because oppression makes a wise man mad. Okay? And you guys lied to us. You honestly lied. You've never been in slavery. The transatlantic slave trade was a lie. The black man and the white man were the ones that enslaved us. And I'm going to prove it to you. I'm going to keep proving it.
And you know what, fam? I've had conversations with people that have felt the same way. We opened the doors to them. We invited them in our homes. We fed them. We broke bread with them. Me particularly, I shared, the struggles that I had gone through. I was sincere. I believed. I really believed. Obviously, this is the pattern of the Most High. I get it, fam. But how can you say you're a scholar, a prophet, but yet not see the material that I find? To me, that sounds like you did find it, but you suppressed it. You see, fam, what you got to do is you got to go into a relentless search within yourself. Matter of fact, my wife, man, all praises to the Most High, man, because I believe that a well-instructed woman is given to as a portion to the well-instructed, well, the wicked one, right? Well, the Most High puts you in positions like if you actually have a decent woman that's out there fighting for you, for the cause of your family, and making sure that y'all keep the laws of God, and that you have a woman that's wise and uses scripture to talk to you, man, you got a prize to be dealt with. So you don't let it go. Okay. The reason I share this because my wife gave me where is it at? I took a picture of it, didn't I? Give me a second. I did. I just took a bunch after. Hold on. Oh, here it goes right here. Okay. I found this very interesting. So science talks about, the concepts and give me a second. Let me go back. Where are you? Right around. Give me a second, fam. What the hell? Okay, cool. Let me do this. Watch this, man. This is from a book called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, right? So my wife has a school background. Okay, unlike me. I don't have a school background. She does though. And every now and then she'll, pick up the material that she remembers because she was trying to study. She's wanting to because of my son, okay? So she's wanted to work with, like, in the field of psychology, that type of thing. All right. So anyways, but it didn't work out for her because she wasn't privileged like some people. Breaking the habit of being yourself. Watch what it says. Interesting. I found this very interesting. Okay. And you know, I keep saying regarding examine yourself whether you be in the faith, right? See, fam, even the other nations understand. Here it goes, right here. It says quantum you, right? So like they have this scientific understanding of the of like, you know, how to deal with themselves. So the book is called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. I'm not saying to get this book, fam. I'm not recommending that. All I'm showing you is this. Okay. Well, I mean, that's, you know, I'm not telling you what to do. Y'all decide. It says here, stick to the scripts. It says, in fact, if you're trying to control how an outcome will occur, you just went Newtonian. Newtonian classical physics was about trying to anticipate and predict events. It was all about the cause and effect, meaning, like, I don't know if you guys recall in some classes, or I've said it before, that if you're mindful, if you're prudent, if you're wise, then you can then dictate the effects of your actions, right? Because you're walking with the scriptures, the wisdom of the Most High. You're in prayer, supplication, and you're always walking in the repenting process, okay? Leading ourselves to the completion. Lord willing, through us, we can then wake up our people, okay? So again, that's what I've always said. Now it says is, what does going Newtonian mean when applied to your ability to create? It's when the external environment is controlling your internal environment, thinking, feeling, that cause and effect. Instead, change your internal environment, the way you think and feel, and then see how the external environment is altered by your efforts. Examine yourself if you are in the faith, right? No, you're not. Think about that for a moment. So that's why it reminded me. It reminded me of that. My wife brought that up, and I was like, you know what? That makes perfect sense. That makes sense. Why I could see them using the. You see what I'm saying, fam? In the Bible, you see science, psychology, psychiatry, philosophy, uh, physiology, like the dietary law. I don't know what field that is. You have in the Bible the conscious and subconsciousness concept. Solomon spoke about that. The deafness of the mind. The Bible is a beautiful thing, family, and it's the wisdom that was given to us in order for us to then be the light of the world. Let's continue, man. This is stuff that, like, I'm telling you, there's so much in this. There's so much depthness in the waters of the Hebrews that it's endless, fam. Y'all need to be very proud, and I mean it in a humble spirit. Hug, like, I don't want to say hug yourselves, but like, man, embrace your Hebrew bloodline. Embrace it. Embrace the spiritual Hebrew within you, the real one, the one from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We've come a long way. We made a long journey. Now it's time to go back. It's time to wake up. It's time to repent, fam. It's time to pay for our people. It's time to come together in meekness, in humility, and in the spirit of the Most High. All right, let's go.
And I'm gonna show you guys that the King James Bible is from a black man, but that guy's a Phoenician, and I'm gonna prove it to you. I'm gonna prove to you what Tarshish is. I'm gonna prove to you Ezekiel 28, what it actually means. Okay, and then I'm gonna give you a little prophecy in case you guys think I'm full of it, because I'm not Judah, so maybe I'm just making the stuff up. I'll give you a little prophecy about who was gonna come and the spiritual traits of this nation, which another nation dealt with thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago. I'm not kidding. Okay. And then after that, let's see what else we got. Oh, no. I think that's pretty much, yeah. Okay, so let me continue. All right, so where we at? Okay, so we are in. Let me go back. Okay. All right. So anyway, so I'm just telling you guys what's going on, right? So it says here, and then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. And honestly, brothers, I'm afraid. I am afraid because something's happening. Something huge is happening, and brothers need to start.
The Europeans called it the.
Brothers need to start repenting, bro. Because I'm gonna share this with you guys because I noticed it, and again, I don't want to be quote unquote the one to share this. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to. But right when it was announced, all of this stuff started happening to me. Well, not right away, because I wasn't involved with any of them at all. But in the last month or so, I started paying attention to stuff like, and I was like, whoa! And then next thing you know, all of this stuff started happening. All right, so let me continue, man. It's okay, so cool, we got it. All right, so this is another angle, guys. I'm telling you, man. Like we are getting bombarded from left, right, up, and down. Aboriginals, national TV, the so-called black man, black Hebrew Israelites, okay, and then who else? The so-called Fopies. I mean, seriously, man. I don't know what.
And now we got what? Kanye West and Kyrie Irving. They're the Hebrews. Forget about all of you Hispanics and natives that have gone through a bunch of crap. You are not the Hebrews, okay? Because you don't got woolly hair, you're black. Because we don't get movies every year to remind people. Because that's what's happening, right? There's another one called Emancipation. Will Smith is in it. Didn't we just get one, Tillman? Didn't we just get one last year and the year before and the year before? And it's like the last 5-8 years, maybe we're getting them like every year, every 2 years, and now it's every year.
What the hell is going on? But you Hispanics are getting extremely attacked, and they're trying to take your heritage in every way possible. So I wonder why. I mean, it's like this, bro. I remember that we used to be called wetbags, spigs, beaners. I don't know what else, and you guys were disgusted by us. And all of a sudden now, you have this agenda that says, "Oh no, you guys treated us like shit." Yeah, that's why nobody ever wants to be like a so-called Mexican. That's the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the so-called Latinos, bro. I know you guys think that it's not true, but whether you're so-called Puerto Rican or Cuban or Peruvian or Salvadoreño or Brazilian or white or black, every single one of y'all has had that type of attitude towards the so-called Mexican. Why am I going to lie? I'm not going to lie. You know it's true. Just keep it real, man. Repent. That's it. Acknowledge it and repent. This guy's name is Lee Cummings, right? So I'm gonna tell you a story about that at the end because I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna reveal something. I'm thankful that they did what they did. And honestly, One West is literally shooting themselves. I mean, excuse me, let me rephrase it. One West is literally tripping themselves over them. They're literally tripping over themselves of their own information because I'm not doing anything but just showing you what they use and then just giving you a little bit more what they didn't use for whatever reason they decided not to use it.
For creating the Negro Question book series was I saw that the history books were full of lies. And still, to take back the untampered artifacts, any ancient or medieval, I found, case in point, I found a map that was created in 1751 by Emmanuel Bowen. Emmanuel Bowen was the royal cartographer for two kings, King George and King Louis. He goes into West Africa and he came.
So remember the scriptures, okay, guys? Not many wise, not many mighty. Okay? Remember that. Not many wise, not many mighty. Okay? But this guy's I don't know if he's a professor or what. He wrote a book. I got a little bit more. I won't touch on it just yet. And then this way. Check this out. Check this guy out.
Black Europeans were sent to Barbados.
Look at this guy. Let's see if it's here.
If the open road is an open invitation, then get up and go.
Go windows down.
Period. All right. This is the chief value. All right. Pay attention because we're about to read.
Introducing the all-electric Chevy Equinox EV
I have no idea why that is commercial after commercial all of a sudden.
with an estimated 300-mile range on a
50 years old. All right.
All right, check this out, okay? Watch. I'm gonna show you guys.
He's very what? Very black. All right. The next person here is Daniel, Earl of Nottingham, Secretary of State. It says that he has also the exterior air of business and application enough to make him very capable, and his habit and manners very formal. A tall, thin, very black man. He's a very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew. About 50 years old, like a Spaniard more.
You see that, fam? Like a Spaniard or a Jew. Like a Spaniard or a Jew. We were under the impression that Spaniards or Jews were white, right? We never knew that they were swarthy, dark skinned. We had no concept of that. All we knew was that Spaniards, because what we saw right now, they're white looking. But yet we're finding out now that prior to 1492, they were black. So, family, you got to really ponder on that and then determine, okay, well, what does the scripture say? Oh, my God. What the? Give me a second, fam. This is really annoying. I don't know where the hell this thing just goes up and assumes this thing. So if you think about that, right? That's all we knew. We were taught by them that it was the white folks. But here we see in manner formal a tall, thin, very black man like a Spaniard or a Jew. Okay, let's continue.
Or like a Jew, like a Moor. He was a very black man. A very black. Very.
All right, that is really weird, man. Anyways, I'm putting this guy on Front Street because I'm gonna show y'all. There's an agenda. Agenda. See this guy right here? He, if anything, he looks like a damn Mongol. You don't look like our people. And I don't know what it is that you're pushing this whole concept of like black people, they were here in America. Well, I know why. So let's expose the guy. And by the way, I'm going to say this with you. I don't know who you are, but what the hell is with your accent, man? Because I know you weren't born in South America or in Mexico or Central. You were born here in the States, I can tell. But your English is so horrible that I wonder how bad your Spanish is. Listen, bro, it's very easy. In his habit and manners, very, very formal, a tall, thin, very black man, yet a Spaniard or Jew, about 50 years old. Can you please pronounce it properly, man? Just at least do yourself a favor. Now I'm making fun of you because I'm going to destroy your guys' doctrine today.
Very black expression, right?
To these books by Lee
Remember this, right? See, that Lee Cummins, that's the guy that we looked at.
Cummins. A lot of you've seen his books, you know, The Negro Question, and there's like about 6, 7, 8 parts. The world history that is being taught in the classrooms omit the existence of the Black Scots, Black Irish, Black Brits, Black Italians, Black French, or Black Europeans that were sold directly into the American slave plantations. Again, what had I been saying? Who was really coming in over here in ships by the thousands and thousands and thousands? That was Europeans, both black and pale-skinned Europeans.
You see how he is tricking you guys? He's agreeing that that's the case, but then watch what he says. And he excludes particular. I was waiting for him to show what I'm going to show, but they didn't. Whoever this guy is. Yeah, I'll talk about it later. Let me just show you real quick.
Not just black, all right?
I just want to give you guys a taste. Okay, so I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. Let me just continue because I don't want to lose track of my process here. I made sure that I took care of it properly. Okay, so that's what we got, and then we got that guy, right? So we got that. Okay, cool. So now let's see if I am incorrect. Let's see if I'm full of it. If I don't know the Bible, or if I'm a demon. Okay, let's find out. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys why and how come all of these things are happening. See, nobody's explaining to us why. What is the attack? What's the purpose by the attack? Is it really people lost and they want to be like, is it really people lost? It's like sincerely lost and they want to go back to the roots? Because you know what? I can understand that. I could completely understand that. I went through that experience. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. Ezekiel 27:12. Let's find out who Tarshish is, because nobody here in One West Camp actually says that. Like I said, Sakari came close, but then apparently they just stopped. Ezekiel 27:12, it says, Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of multitudes. Let me see that again. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kinds of riches. Why? Because they were mining for silver, for iron, for lead, for tin, and they were trading. So these are merchants, okay? You know what that is, right? They are merchants. So now, let's find out if it's true. If the Phoenicians, if you guys, the so-called Hebrews, let's see.
Okay, fam. So that's from the book I had showed you earlier. Okay, so I'm gonna go back because I want to show you this. Give me a second.
Okay, so that's what we got, and then we got that guy, right? So we got that.
Hold on. Let me turn this down. Let me go turn this down. Give me a second, real quick.
Let's see if I'm full of it. If I don't know the Bible, right? So we got that. Let me just whoever this guy is, watch what he says. I could completely understand that. I went through that experience, but it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Watch, fam.
Ezekiel 27:12.
That right there. Okay, so you got Tarshish was thy merchant by reason and of multitudes of all kinds of riches with silver, iron, tin, and lead. They traded in thy fairs. Okay, so now I'm gonna show you this. The same map that I was talking about. The same map here, right? About the Midian Philistines. Okay, well, guess what? Look what it says on top. Tarshish, pointing at Spain. Tarshish, pointing at all of these African so-called Jews, which they're converts. Tarshish was basically who? The Phoenicians. Okay? So Ezekiel 27 is basically talking about the so-called blacks that came, that were in Europe, that conquered Europe. They were in Tarshish. They were mining for tin. The Phoenicians are known to being merchants of the seas. They traded in their fairs. All right, watch. Let's go.
Let's find out who Tarshish is, because nobody here in One West Camp actually says that. Like I said, Sakari came close, but then apparently they just stopped. Ezekiel 27:12, it says, Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of multitudes. Let me see that again. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kinds of riches. Why? Because they were mining for silver, for iron, for lead, for tin, and they were trading. So these are merchants, okay? You know what that is, right? They are merchants. So now, let's find out if it's true. If the Phoenicians, if you guys, the so-called Hebrews, let's see if they were up there. This is from the History of England. Here, I'll go back. I don't know if you call this is an old book, right? It looks old. It looks pretty old. See, that's a crest right there, and that's what they. I'm sure they know. So I'm not gonna say they're Masons because again, I'm not gonna play that game. But it just sure as hell, it seems to me somebody's playing games with y'all.
Look at the eagle on the bottom, fam. Look at the eagle on the bottom, okay? Just don't forget, it's everything symbolic with them.
I'm not lying. It really seems like somebody's playing games. All right, so watch this. I'm gonna go ahead and open it again. Watch what it says. Okay. Where's Tarshish? The Bible identifies Tarshish as a location where they're mining for silver and specifically identifying tin. This is on that book. In page, I don't know. You guys look for it. It says, as well situated for trade as the Britons were, and they were black, we don't find they had any large vessels or ventured to the sea beyond the coast of Gaul, which is true. They never really went. You guys say they did, but they never really did. They're admitting it right here. Okay? It says here, who after the discovery of the islands, meaning like Britain, Scott, Ireland, exported every year great quantities of tin, in which they drove a very gainful trade with distant nations. This commerce being carried off into the future parts of Cornwall, only foreign merchants had no opportunity to know exactly the state of Ireland. I believe that's what they're trying to say.
Fam, the book is called The History of, let me see if I can get it for y'all, okay? Give me a second. Important to have it. The history, and then save it, fam. Save it. History of England. When I've been raping. There it goes right here. Let me see if I can find the word. There it goes, fam. This is archive.org. Okay. There it goes right there. Give me a second. It says, as well situated for trade as the Brits were, we don't find they had any large vessels or ventured to the sea beyond the coast of Gaul. Their chief commerce was with the Phoenician merchants, who, after discovery of Ireland, exported every year great quantities of tin, with which they drove a very gainful trade with distant nations. Okay, so now we know that the Phoenicians were basically digging for tin, fam. They were digging for tin. Here's the book. I'll save it. Okay, it's right there. It's called The History of England. All right, The History of England. You can even do this. Look, PDF. Click here, and you save it. All right, and then you put, very simple, The History of England. Is different. This was called different. Rapping something. Okay, 2022. That's, I always put the year, man. That's just I just have a certain way of doing things, fam. You know what I mean? Don't do it however you want. But as you can see, this is a book which basically they call it primary source, I guess. Primary, volume 1. Make sure you checked on that. Okay, and this was written in. It looks like. Let's see. When were you written? Whatever that year is on the bottom. Whoever y'all that know the Latin, let me see, man. I'm gonna find out. Let's see. MDCC XXXII. The numeral number. It means 1722, fam. See? MDCC X. Oh wait, it's three X's. My bad. 3 X's. 1732. Well, that wasn't that off. So 1732. This book was written in 1732. Okay. All right. So they know who they're talking about. They know who they are. All right. Okay. Let's continue. As you know, here in this channel, fam, we provide all sources. We don't hide anything. Unless you, and if I go quick, it's because I want you to ask. Okay. Let's go.
For which reason we are ignorant at this day. You see that? They don't even know where this Tarshish location is. See, they're saying that, right? Well, many peculiar concerning religion, government, Britons, that probably would have been transmitted down to us if other nations had made the information. And you can tell they're acting like, well, that they went into these particular coasts and then dug for mines. And that there's another one where it says like they were actually mining and nobody could find it, right? This is from Metal Mining Industry. You can see that here. right? This is, a so-called primary source. It talks about the actual metals, elements, and all these things, right? Look what it says here. It says metal mining in the United States, in the United Kingdom, dates back thousands of years, with copper the first metal to be mined in Britain. The Phoenicians were there. Till this, the Phoenicians were there all up until 1600. Okay? Then it says here, the largest known bronze or copper mines in the world, the Great Ore Site, discovered in Wales, 1887, 4,000 years. Copper. So there's elements in Britain. There's elements. And the Phoenicians knew that, okay? The Phoenicians knew that there were elements there. Later, lead, copper attracted Romans to Britain. Romans introduced iron tools and used local slaves. You see, it goes right here, for which they refined lead, tin. Let me read that again. Ezekiel 27:12. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of multitudes of all kinds of riches, silver and iron and tin and lead. We're seeing here. Look, lead, tin, silver, right? Right?
So now, fam, I'm going to show you something, okay? I'm going to show you something. This is for us. Ecclesiastes 3:15. That which had been is now. Again, that which had been is now. And that which is to be had already been. And God required that which is past. You know why I say that? Because as you can see the video, right? The Romans were in there. The Phoenicians were trying to conquer that land for some time. They finally did it in 711. And then finally, the white man conquers it back again. And then they come over here. And then after the Civil War, the black man loses voting power. The white man conquers them. And now what are they doing? Again, that which has been is now. It's repetitive, fam. It's repetitive. You see, this nation, these nations, in the Bible, they talk about wars of other nations, the North and the South fighting each other, right? I'm not saying that's them. I'm just saying in general. Not every war applies to us directly. Some wars are indirect but affect us. This is one of them.
Again, lead, tin, silver. What else?
We are the lead. We are the silver. We're the gold. We're the precious gifts that the Most High has. They know now that when they have us in slavery, they grow in wealth. Don't be fooled by this nonsense, fam. The white man and the black man got it good in America. They got it good in America. Well, the white man already know it, but the black man don't know it yet. Where else? What other nation can you go and have it so good? Well, all you got to do is just slam dunk your way through success. Catch a ball. Be probably the dumbest individual. But as long as you can run a 4.3, you're good. What are you talking about? Representation in every single sense of the word in America, black and white people, who is still being separated at the border, told you're illegal aliens, told get the hell out of here, told that you guys are eating our resources, told that you're just here for with diseases and rapists and murders and cartels. It's, again, we're the gold. We're the precious gifts. Let me see what scripture. I remember the scripture. Let me see. Give me a second, fam. Let me see. Precious gold. I think Joel. Nah, I'm probably not gonna find. I can't remember the scripture, fam. I wish I could tell you. I wish I would have found it, man. Maybe I'll remember, Lord willing. All right, so let's continue. Let me continue. All right, let's go.
Metals, right? Roman Empire. It says Britain. go some more. Carthaginians, these are the Phoenicians, right? Afro, whatever. This is just basic information. We're an empire in North Africa. Let's see, founded by Phoenician Tyre. Okay, just showing that yeah, Phoenicians. Okay, you guys can continue to look it up. I'm going fast because I want to just get to this and then move on from this, man. I'm honestly, you guys aren't gonna believe me anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know, let the Most High decide. You know, He's the one that basically, you know, I can do my best, and then He feeds you guys the water at that point. And when it came to the Punic War, tin, silver, gold. Let's see. Boom. Get away, man. There goes right there. There goes tin. Let's see. In the Phoenicians in the Western Mediterranean, which tin, silver, gold, iron. Same thing over and over again. Okay. Now I'm going to show you guys the Punic. When it came to the Punic War. Let's see. Punic. Nope. Hold on. Wrong one. I'm going to prove today that you're not. With your own book. See, Tarshish is here. So who came out of Tarshish? Who came out of Tarshish? You so-called.
Tarshish is basically the whole Isles of Europe, fam. Okay, all across the board, they were mining for wood. I mean, they were obviously wood, silver, all the elements that are basically found. Why do you think that they had the weapons? That's where it came from. The iron, the silver, the metals. That's how they were able to create weaponry, because those elements are in those particular regions. Okay.
All Canaanites. Yeah, you guys that are using our Bible and saying that you are the real Hebrews. I'm gonna prove today that you're not. With your own book, with your preferred book, because you say that you are not an African. You say that you're against Masonry. You say that you're against all the what do you call it, spiritual darkness of this world, right? You say you're against it. Okay. So now let's touch on Ezekiel 28, because nobody apparently, this is the Esau, this is the white man. Let's read it. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyre, thus saith Lord God, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas. Yet thou art a man and not God, thou set thine heart as the heart of God. Okay, so now we're seeing that this particular individual, right? He seats himself as what? It says, Son of man, Prince of Tyre, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. What else? He says, I'm a God. I sit in the seat of God in the midst of in the seas. So we're talking about in an island. These guys are coming from a certain area. Yet thou art a man. That's the Most High. Let them know that nah, you're not. You're not. Let me show you guys something real quick. Where are you at? See that? Thou hast said, I am God. I sit in the seat of God. Is that not the same thing? And you know, which is the trippy part? One West campers, they love to show these pictures. They love to show them. And you know, by the way, one of the traits about the Phoenicians is exactly this. They were brown skin with blue-gray eyes. I have documentation. But again, I wasn't going to touch on that. Look, you sit on the seat of God. You think you're God, right? I mean, is that not trying to be like God? Because first of all, I know that you guys think these are Hebrews. They're not. And you guys either have an agenda or you sincerely don't know what's going on. Because look, what is the difference between that image and this image? Seriously, what's the difference? They both have a eugenics supremacy ideology. I'm better than I'm the head tribe. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. You know what I'm saying? This is, I mean, you guys are very proud of it. You show it. So it says here, son of man, say unto the prince of Tyre. So we know that this guy is in those particular areas, okay? Thus say the Lord God. And by the way, don't say that it's Esau, because Esau is actually mentioned in chapter 26, I believe. They're mentioning Ammon and Moab, and then they identify Edom. This is specifically talking about Tyre. Now, Edom's going to get it. They are the last kingdom. But you see how it's going to come? It's going to come, first of all, the people that enslaved our people were not the so-called Edomites. You guys set it all up. They took over after.
That's Amos 3, fam. Let me show you guys something real quick, so you can see I'm not lying. Let me see. Give me a second. Watch. I don't need a long one. Ezekiel 28. Let's see. His brothers, the gold army seen by the prophet Ezekiel. Relation to June. I don't think there's a short one. Give me a second, fam.
The holidays.
This ain't it. I thought this was it, but no, this ain't it. Anyhow, they say that Ezekiel 28 is it's Esau, the white man. But I find it interesting because it's not. You know what I mean? Like, it's just they were in Europe, but yet you guys conquered Europe. So they go by saying, "Oh, yeah, that's the white man," because they were in Europe, or they don't even say it, right? They don't even say that, but they assume that's the white man because of the he lifted himself up like the God or the seat of God, right? So that's what they use. That's their excuse.
So yes, the world will end with. I mean, Jacob will take over after Esau, but who is really involved in this sorcery is you Phoenicians, is you Canaanites. Yeah, you guys are. Ezekiel 28:4. Okay, let me read it. Ezekiel 28:4, and it reads, "Thy wisdom and with thy wisdom and with thy understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches, and hast gotten gold and silver in thy treasures." So we know that this is what they mine for, right? But thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thine riches. Okay. Now we know that a lot of so-called Jews, the converts, that they came out of where? That they were expelled, right? That they were expelled, and they came out of France or Spain. Okay? They were expelled. Okay? So watch. I'm going to read that again. Watch. I'm going to read it again. With thy wisdom and with thy understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures. Wisdom and understanding, we're talking about like the science behind it, the mathematics behind it. I mean, Phoenicians were very advanced with those particular subjects, okay? So it's saying thy wisdom and with thy understanding thou hast become rich. Why? Because they were able to find these elements. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, they were the ones that are actually selling the purple dye. They would actually dive to go get purple out of pearls. So that's why they were in charge of it. You know what I'm saying? It says, by thy traffic, by thy great wisdom and by thy traffic, hast thou increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up. Now, in regards to traffic, this is how you identify this guy. Remember, they said that there was what do you call it? It was Jews and all that, right? So this is from what book is this called? This is what is it? Let me see. Let me remember. I'll remember. I'll put it in the notes. Okay, watch what it says. This is on page 76. It reads, the real slavers, the individuals who truly benefited from trafficking humans, operated on a much larger scale. They planted their expeditions. Yeah, and that's how you guys also, benefited from, increased riches. You guys were enslaving people, and I'm going to show it to you, okay? Let's see, they planned their expeditions carefully, procured investors and funds for weapons, provisions, hired agents to sell slaves in mines and other enterprises. You know who was very experienced in this particular field and expert in this field? You Phoenicians. You showed the white man how to do it, basically, because because this is mines and other enterprise. And because Indian slavery was illegal, made sure to exploit loopholes, right? Watch this. You guys can read it. Who is that guy? Born in a Jewish family in 1537. So who was expelled? The Jews, the so-called Jews, right? Blacks. That's who was expelled. And we saw now that you guys didn't get thrown into Africa. So get rid of Deuteronomy 28. You're going to have to come up with another doctrine. Deuteronomy 28 is done. Okay? Let me go to verse 26. So now we're seeing in regards to, like, it's identifying the particular person. It's identifying a spiritual characteristic of this nation of people. Okay? Therefore, because the only way you understand scripture is with history and scripture. You cannot ignore them. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God. Now, some people are like, well, you see, brother, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, all right. And it says here, therefore, thus say the Lord God, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God, right? Thou hast set thy heart as the heart of God. Listen to that. Therefore, therefore, thus saith the Lord, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God. These are not Israelites. The heart of God.
Look at the cross, fam. Look at the crosses all over. Cross, cross. You see what I'm saying? This right here in such a great of a cloud, that's Hebrews 12 as well. Watch this. It reads, Hebrews 12 and 1 says, wherefore, seeing as we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witnesses, a cloud of witnesses, a cloud of witnesses. You see that? It's a cloud. You see? It's up in the clouds. You see the trees, the land on the bottom, up in the clouds. All right?
These are not Israelites. The heart of God, you know who that is? That's our people. The heart of God, right? I know you guys think that I'm silly, like, no, these aren't my precepts and my, what is it, deacons and elders. No, those are not my precepts. So, he's full of it. Okay, fine. They're not your precepts. Neither are they mine. They're not yours, they're not mine. They're the Most High's.
You see, fam, at this time, I was basically sharing with our brothers or people I talk to, like, hey, man, look what I'm finding, bro. Look what I'm finding. And they're just like, bro, you crazy. You're bugging out. This is not true. You're like not seeing the Bible. So what are you saying? We didn't go into slavery. And I'm like, based on what I'm finding, nah, bro. Like, black folks. And I was telling so-called black people too, like, hey, man, it just black, y'all, you're going to have to really do some real soul searching. Like, I believe you're our people. I was telling one of them, because just the way that I've dealt with you, and I grew up in the same neighborhood as him, but he's too stuck in colorism. I don't know if he's still stuck in it, but because of that, they can't see past that. They can't assume that there's no way that the Phoenicians would actually trick them. Yeah, man. Y'all are saying you're not Hamites, but you can't even assume that the Phoenicians, who are literally wicked ASS people. Come on, brothers. Let's be real. We're almost done with this, man. We're almost done.
Are you guys forgetting that? Okay. So watch this. It says it. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God. Here, let me do this. I'm going to show you guys something. Okay. Oh, great. Let me open it up. I'm going to read this. This is how we understand this. Okay. But again, if you guys think it's not a precept to this, and I don't know. Let me read this. Therefore, thus say the Lord God, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God. Okay. Hebrews 12:1. I'm going to read it to y'all. Wherefore, seeing we also are encompassed about with such a great cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight. Now, remember, keep in mind, okay? Keep this in mind. The cloud of every witnesses. Acts 17:28. I'm showing you this because I want to show you this. Acts 17:28. For in him we live and move and have our beings, as certain also of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. Wherefore, seeing we also are encompassed about with such a great crowd. So that's the Hawashai here. We are basically with him. So you guys are trying to be like us. This is when you say you sit at the seat of God. Verse 2, right? It says here, you said, because thine has lifted up, because thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God. I sit in the seat of God, in the midst of the seas. The great cloud right here. This is when they exclaim themselves to be what? Hebrews. Let's get some more. Okay? Let me read Acts 17:29. Hold on, let me get it for you guys now. No, I don't have that picture up there anymore. Acts 17:29. Let's see. Okay, I'm almost done. Acts 17:29, and it reads, okay? It reads, for as much then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that Godhead is like unto gold or silver or stone, graven by art or man's devices. So you see how he's saying, for we live in him and move in him, right? Within that cloud, right? So what is he saying right now? He's basically saying, yo, listen, yeah, you are part of me, but don't get it twisted, don't mistake it. Don't go around making, images or putting pictures about yourself. Yeah, we got, bro. Yeah, you see, he's a black man, and his son's a black man, and he's gonna crack the. No, you're getting it all wrong. But see, that's unfortunately that's Canaanite doctrine. Let me verse 7. Let me go back because we're not done with Ezekiel. That's right, we're not done with Ezekiel. Let me go back. Ezekiel, where are you? Ezekiel, boom. Let me go back to Ezekiel 28. Verse 7, and it says, behold, therefore I will bring strangers upon thee, the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. This happened after the Civil War. Here's why. Here's how. I'm going to show you. Yeah? Because it says the terrible of the nations, right? All right, watch this. This is from... did I close it? No. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Come on. Give me a second, okay? Let me look for it real quick. Give me a second, hold up. Oh, no, that's not it. Am I looking for in page 336? Watch what it says. Is it 336? Okay, yeah. Watch this. Okay, so let me read this. Behold, therefore I will bring strange.
All right, so we saw this one, fam. I don't have to repeat this again. Give me a second. Let me get ahead here. I think we may be almost done. All right, so watch this real quick. I'm gonna show you some other material.
Pay attention. Look, watch. This is
American Holocaust.
First, when I read this, I thought, man, this is white people talking about black. Nah, bro, it's the other way around. This is a black folks talking about white folks. Look at how similar the conversation is. It says, description of human existence in the French countryside gives an summary of what historians for the past several decades have been uncovering in their research on the rustic communities in Europe in a large during the entire late medieval to early modern epoch. Sullen animals, males and females, are scattered over the country, dark, livid, scorched by the sun, attached to the earth. They dig up and turn over with invincible persistence. They have a kind of articulate speech, and when they rise to feet, they show a human face. And indeed, they are men. At night, they retire to their dens where they live on black bread and water and roots. You know what? It sounds a lot like what the so-called white man.
And you know what, fam? You guys can actually see the hate talk that the One West camps do towards the white man and or the other nations, and you can see that it's very in their spirit. So they look down upon the white man, obviously, right? But when you try to say that we mix with the white man, then you're looking down upon us as well. Let's not be stupid, fam. Let's not be dumb. We're adults here. I don't think I don't think. Okay, for you brothers and sisters that are like in your 20s and 30s, and they're like, no, we're black, we're the Hebrews, and you don't really study, then shut up, sit down. You guys are kids. You got a lot to grow up on, and you don't know what you're talking about because you obviously are not studying. Because if you were, then you would know. And second, the Most High ain't with you. He just ain't revealing it for you. That's the unfortunate part. So, let's see. Let me see if this is it. Watch this.
Which the war dominated the Iberian Peninsula. You guys weren't enslaved. You guys took slaves. You know what I'm saying? And a black man. The so-called white man has been doing to the so-called black and white. I'm sorry, the black woman and a black man. The so-called, because I believe there are a good portion of you guys are Phoenicians, and we're showing that today. The documentation doesn't lie. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't lie. You can't go back. You can't go against truth. You guys didn't enslave. You guys weren't enslaved. You guys took slaves. Look, I'm gonna show you. 700. This is on page 4. 700 years during which the war dominated the Iberian Peninsula was an era in which many Europeans came into North Africa states as servitude. The Muslims brought millions of European slaves over to the North African port of Sale, Tangier, Algiers, Tunis. These are white people, by the way. Okay. One very famous sultan in Morocco had as many as 25,000 European slaves who participated in the building of colossal stables. Sudanese were also taken into slavery, but before the 15th century was not as many as the whites. You see that? Not as many as whites. So you guys enslaved the so-called white man a lot. And you treated him bad because the guys, they don't multiply. So you guys were like, outnumbering them. Okay? So when it says, therefore I will bring the stranger upon thee, the trouble of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against thee, right? That happened after the Civil War. That's why a lot of the laws, and I'll go over that in another class, that they're literally manifesting in the way that they use eugenics against the so-called black man. Obviously, we're part of that shit. But you want to know something? The anger is towards them. Yes, we're like, collateral damage if you really think about it. But again, that war is between them too. It's not with Israel. So what I'm noticing is that these guys, these Canaanites, want Israel to believe that it's a war with us and them, and it's not. It's between them. We need to stay outside of that. Let them fight it out because they're gonna do it. You brothers and sisters need to learn how to keep the commandments of God and stay out of that crap. And stop having babies with these guys, honestly, man, because they're not. Maybe some of them are. I'm not gonna lie, but a good portion are not. Okay. Here we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Okay. So far, I think, unless you guys say that my precepts suck, maybe they do. Watch this. I'm gonna finish it like this. They shall bring thee down to the pit. You mean the bottom, to the very bottom, to the lowest state. That's why you see a lot of them incarcerated, abortion, just getting shot, overdosing. You see Philadelphia, it's just white and black people, right? It says here, they shall bring thee down to the pit. You mean them. They'll pass laws that are going to destroy you guys, right? And they shall and thou shalt die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the sea. So see, I think Brother Vega was trying to give a breakdown on this, right? And he wasn't incorrect that it's Tyree, but see, the thing is, this isn't Tyree being thrown in ships because the transatlantic slave trade never happened. Okay, all right. So
So for whatever reason, I don't know why it cut off there. You know what I'm saying? So what I was basically talking about was, let me go to Ezekiel. Ezekiel 28. Let's see. The death of the seed. Let's see. What scripture were we in? I think it was 15. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me make sure. What a dummy. I should have paid attention. Ezekiel 10. Here goes. Ezekiel 28:8. Okay. Ezekiel 28:8. And it reads, they shall bring thee down to the pit, and thou shalt die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the sea. Now, why? Because when we were being taken into ships, okay, it shows that a lot of our people were basically being thrown overboard. Just like how the videos you see with so-called blacks, right? They're being thrown overboard, right? But that wasn't the case for them. That's not true, right? And as you can see, they've been using basically all of our information and then pertaining it to them. Like, I literally talk about, wow, man, that's just crazy. Let me see if I can find the books. It's basically, I've shared this in another class where it talks about how we were basically taken into ships, and that as we were taken into ships, 500 of us basically didn't make it back. Oh, watch, look. This is it. Oh, yeah, this is, look. Okay, remember that. It says here, that shall bring thee down to the pit. Thou shalt die the death of them that are slain in the midst of the seas, meaning you're going to die like that, or worse, that suffering, that pain, that knowing you're about to die, knowing you're about to be thrown overboard, okay? Remember that, fam. This is from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is from, what book is this? Oh, my God. I think it's the American Holocaust, fam. I think it is because, yeah, it is. I know for the notes. It says here, no one knows what happened to those 600 or so leftover natives who were enslaved on the admiral's orders by whoever wanted them, or 400 or so who fled in terror, or they abandoned infants. But by the time Columbus ships entered the waters outside of Spain, of the 550 captured Indians he took with him, 200 had, of the 550 captured Indians he took with him, 200 had died. Says Cuneo, we cast them into the sea. When they reached Cadiz, half of the remaining 350 slaves were sick and dying. Only a relative few survived much longer because Cuneo surmised they are not working people and they very much fear cold, nor have they long life. See, fam, we're proving all things. Okay? Proving all things. Let's go. This isn't Kyrie being thrown in ships because the transatlantic slave trade never happened. Okay? All right? So let me go ahead and take this off. Let me take this off. I don't want it to pile up. Give me a second. Okay? Give me a second here real quick. I want to show y'all something. Hey, I gotta skip this time because they're gonna block. And you know what, guys? That's real. I have a book and I got lucky. I bought it when it wasn't expensive. I've seen it go of $1,000, $4,000. This is called The Dogs of Conquest. That's exactly what they would do. A lot of our people were slaughtered by these animals, and fam, the book called the Black Conquistadors. Narvaez had a dog named Amigo, I think. He would feed our people to him. Narvaez was a black conquistador, and he was known to feed our children to dogs, fam. Okay? It wasn't just the white man. It was both. They were actually fed. They would grab our children because obviously they're tender bones, right? They would prefer eating them. They had like meat shop, carnicerias, arms hanging there, everything. This stuff is real, guys.
The first dogging of Indians on the islands of Jamaica on May 5th, 1494 would have been similar to the pictures here through probably took place in Puerto Rico, as you can see everywhere. You know, I see that lady, man, and I think of my family. It pains me to see it, to be honest. I cannot, not one time have I been able to like finish it without, you know, dealing with certain things. Okay? So now, I'm going to share something with you guys. Because they said that we were taught that we need to identify our enemies, right? The Bible will say it'll identify our enemies, right? So let's identify our enemy. The so-called black man has told us for so many years that the eagle, the eagle, the eagle. You see, brother, the eagle, man, that's Esau. Is it? What's this? What's that? What's that? What's that? You think we're stupid? You've been caught. I'm exposing you guys because I have a little bit more, and then that's it. And then I'm gonna call it a day, and I'm gonna get some rest. I practically begged the Most High to let me sleep. I haven't slept for days. Nobody's sharing this stuff with me, guys. I'm only sharing what I see, and if I'm wrong and I'm misleading you guys, I pray that God destroys me. I really do, because that's not what I want. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. Keep in mind here. All right. It says, "The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far." Did they not come from Europe? Have we not seen that they conquered Ireland and Scots? Did we not? Have I not showed you guys classes that these guys are European? They've been in Europe for years. It says the eagle, an eagle, an eagle. He says you'll identify by the eagle. Look at this. This is kingship. I'm gonna tell you something. You see the hats how they tilted to the side? That's not by coincidence. And Hebrews do not ever dress this way. Matter of fact, you know what? We never put kings like an actual, you know, like we call it a crown. So you dummies that are like in these Passovers and tabernacles, and you're wearing crowns. You guys are literally you're using heathenish clothing. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth. Didn't they come from Europe? We didn't know who they were. As swift as the eagle flieth, whose tongue thou shalt not understand. We didn't know Spanish. They knew Portuguese, they knew French, they knew Dutch. They knew every single language in Europe. So even if you wanted to use Deuteronomy 28 with 16:11, it doesn't make any sense because it says a language that your fathers, neither you or your fathers have known. Like you can't select scriptures and say, oh, well, you know, this happened to this tribe and then that happened to that tribe. No, it happened to all Israel. And it says, verse 50, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. Did we not see our sister get destroyed, absolutely slaughtered? You guys don't have prophecies. Now, I don't know if these are. I don't know. The Most High is going to decide if I'm a demon or if you guys were demons. But I'm going to tell you something. The moment I heard that they were supposedly calling Nate Elijah, right? What's that video? Let me see. Let me see if I got it. I think I do have it. Yeah, I do have it. Hold on. Watch this. Again, hey man, you know what? If you're not our people, so if they want to crown you as a king, by all means, man, do it. Enjoy it. Thrive on it. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's stopping you guys. But when you're saying that you're the Hebrew of the Bible, and you're using a Bible and you're twisting scriptures, you're completely wrong, right? I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Look, when I saw this, like I found out later.
Chapter 4, 5, and 6. The book of Malachi, chapter 4, verse 5.
I heard it. I'm like, okay, it just kind of seemed weird. Okay, I was like, all right, well, again, I don't care about these stuff because I just want to keep the commandments, man, honestly. So, these things I don't get into.
Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord.
So Motai said he was going to send Elijah the prophet, which was a very powerful prophet if you know anything about these scriptures, before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord, which is when Christ returns. Read.
And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers.
So whoever this great prophet is going to turn us back to our fathers, which is the Bible, and the fathers back unto us or teach us. So right. I think, and we all know, about regeneration, that this could definitely be speaking about the bishop. That is the smartest man on earth, probably the most hated and the most loved.
Right.
Okay. You said your fathers. So who is our fathers? Where's Abraham from? It says the Urs of the Chaldees. He left his ancestors because they were serving other gods and they wanted to serve the God they knew. So there's a gap between Noah, Shem, Abraham. What happened? Where's Abraham from? If you're saying that this man is going to turn us into our fathers, right? So I was not thinking of anything of that. But then I saw this, man, and this was eerie, scary. And then after this, I saw that. I guess this came out like 5-7 months ago, right? But after I saw this, man, like something came over me. I don't know what the hell happened. And then I got two more things to show you guys, and see if I'm lying. I think, from my understanding, again, I don't know. I think the Most High is like, you know what? That's it. You actually exclaimed a name that does not belong to you. What I'm sharing with y'all, let's see if One West can destroy it. I hope so. I really hope so. I hope that I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I don't want to hurt. Do you see how many people are there? You know how many families, husbands, wives, children are involved in these things? You know how long it took for some of them that are sincere, that are true Hebrews, for them to change? You don't think I think about that?
And it starts again. I wanna hear, well done, welcome, well done, well done, well done. I look to the hills where my help from. I just wanna hear, welcome, well done. I just wanna hear.
That scared me. And then after that, I think about a month after, man, all these things started happening to me. It was weird. I ain't claiming to be anybody, man. I shouldn't even have the privilege of holding this Bible, to be honest with you. I'm 100% humbled by it. Let's put it that way. go to Habakkuk 1:8. I'm going to read this to you guys, okay? Remember what I said, that a nation will always manifest its characteristics. Remember, past, present, future. They will always act who they are, okay? They will always be who they are. They will always be who they are. So I'm going to read this to you. And then
Okay, so we've seen this one already. Let's continue. Hold on.
Okay, so we've seen this.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me turn it down. It's because I was monitoring the sound. Okay. So as you can see, let me see.
this is also our swift. Wait, what it says?
Yeah.
I wrote on the topic. I'm going to read two of them. It was not filming this.
Oh, and this
Matter
is
of fact, let me jump to it.
this is
No.
matter of fact, fam. This is where I found that Elias Africana's book. It was from here. Watch.
But whatever difference there is between the Negroes and the Tani Moors, it is the fact that they are of the same ancestry. Leo Africanus. I'm going to read that real quick. As a matter of fact, let me jump to it right now.
Excuse me.
You guys, I don't understand.
So then you can see that see, there it goes. Hey, let's read this.
Curse of son of Noah, except from Arabia or lineage of Shem, which afterwards passed into Africa. Okay, so it's basically just kind of giving you guys an idea. So here's the point. Here is what had all one beginning necessary. He says,
Let me see real quick, fam. Oh yeah, it's just the same thing, okay? And then this is the map showing y'all. So again, I had found this back in August. And watch this. This is interesting here. Watch.
You guys decide who the demons are. If I'm the demon,
Black French or black Europeans that were sold directly.
Then I hope I die.
The people were living.
Okay. There's an agenda, guys. There's an agenda by this punk Cootie Male, right? He is a punk.
Spectrum present
and he's a sellout.
Useless dish.
You a sellout to your people. Because if you are our people, then you're either a sellout, and if you're not our people, then you're a Khazar.
Hollywood, you already know.
And you're misleading these people, letting them think that, oh yeah, look. So this is called this is actually CIA work, man. This is psyops right here.
We see people
you guys
walk
have no
past our
clue.
house.
This is exactly what they do. They manipulate the mindset, give you so much information left and right, every direction. You have no clue how to decipher anything. So you're like, oh, I'm an Aboriginal. Oh, I'm a Hebrew. I'm an African. I'm an Egyptian. I'm a Kemetic. I'm a Mexican. I don't give a shit. I don't want none of that. How's that?
He is about 42 years old. Took this a treasure. He made him like a Spaniard or more. Be black.
A lot of you've seen his
expression, right?
To these books by Lee Cummins. A lot of you've seen his books, you know, the Negro Question, and there's like about 6, 7, 8 parts. The world history that is being taught in the classrooms omit the existence of the Black Scots, Black Irish, Black Brits, Black Italians, Black French, or Black Europeans.
Again, I think he's gonna. I'm just letting it. Okay.
So it says here the Scottish kings of England.
All right, so here he has a picture of King James.
Right. So I think he's gonna. I'm just letting it go.
All right. All right. So this is an image he has here of King James.
And for you, fam, that haven't not too familiar, this is a preferred Bible by One West. Okay, that they like are big on this, and they say, you see, Ak, this is an Israelite right here, Ak. He's a Hebrew. King James, he's a Hebrew. Watch, I'll show you. I'm not making it up. Let me see. Hold up. Give me a second. Look. Let me just show real quick. Just real quick. All right. Just real quick. I'll skim through this real quick.
Hey, Shalom Israel, Most High in Christ bless. Welcome to another edition of 15 Minutes with the Captains. I'm Captain Josiah. With me I have
Officer Abraham.
So today's lesson is going to be about King James. Okay, who was King James? Was he a white man? Was he a homosexual? Was he into demonology and witchcraft and so forth? These are some of the questions that Lord willing, we'll get to answer in today's lesson. So, no further ado, let's start out with Revelations 12 and 15.
This is the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 15.
Come on.
And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood.
When you jump up in the chapter, it mentions a woman with a crown of 12 stars. This woman is referring to the nation of Israel. Read it one more time.
And the serpent cast out of his mouth the flood.
Lies after the woman to carry her away.
Move on. Let me see if I can get to the point here. I think they're going to use the Zondervan Bible. Zondervan. Here it goes right here. All right, watch.
This as another reference, okay?
Prior to 1828, the pub was known as the Black Boy. Though still referred to by its traditional name, it was officially altered to the King's Arms until a change of ownership led to the restoration of the old.
Hold on a second, that's not the one. I remember kind of seeing this one a while ago. Is this it? Ah, there it goes. There you go. Right here. Okay, listen to this, fam. All right. Hold on a second.
Okay, now, so get me the next article. The next link there. We're gonna look at some coins, okay? Some ancient coins of King James. Now we're gonna put these on the screen, okay? The first.
Notice the line of Judah on the coin. That's what he says. That's what they say.
First one you're looking at is a quarter, okay? If you notice, if you can, zoom in on the.
And one more thing, fam. If King James was supposedly an Israelite, didn't they come the white man supposedly in 1492? That's 100 years after. Don't they say that 1619 was when blacks were starting to be enslaved? So yet they have a king who was authorizing the translation? Who was the tribe of Judah? Who was pushing Christianity? Make it make sense.
The right side of the image on the left, it says Jacob there, okay? It says Jacob, okay? The translation of this coin on the front side is Jacob the Sixth, by the grace of God, King of Scotland, okay? On the other side, we'll move on to the next coin right here. Actually has King James.
Hey fam, do you notice this? The cross. I mean, does that not matter? Look at all these crests. Look at this crest. Do they think it's just like a cool design? When did the Israelites wear iron? When did the Hebrews use swords and irons and after the 70 AD?
Image on it, okay, his face. What do you see? A so-called black man with woolly hair, okay? Read that.
Scotland, James the Sixth, after ascension to English throne. After the ascension to English throne, crowned, armored, half-length figure of King Right.
Okay, it's telling you that that's by French. It's going to clarify as it goes on. Just pay attention. Read on.
His father was the great-grandson of Mary the Guise.
All right, I think this is where they give an
explanation. The character of the king entered influentially into the manners, morals, and politics of the age.
This again is referring to King Charles II. Read it again.
The character of the king entered influentially into the manners, morals, and politics of the age.
Come on.
He was predominantly French in parentage and education.
And education, come on.
His mother was French. His father was the great-grandson of Mary.
Now, don't get tripped up by French. It's going to clarify as it goes.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. You know what? I think that's good enough. All right. So now let's listen to this real quick. All right. So let's continue. All right. Here we go.
All right, so he got little curly hair and stuff. So they're showing here. So James, by the grace of God, King of England. All right. He says, I know that this image of a black King James can be a little confusing because of your Western education, but this is the truth that is known by the rich and the elite in the world. That was the reason I paraded all of the English historians and professors before I got into the bowels of this book. I had to get your mind ready to receive the truth. King James came from a long line of black Scottish Stuart.
A long line of black Scottish Stuarts. You guys are ignoring all of that, and you say you're Hebrew Israelites? You say you're Hebrews, and he's coming from a long line of Stuart kings? Do you guys not read the Bible? Didn't y'all say that Esau is the dukes?
Kings, the Stuarts. 343 years of rulership in Scotland. The Stuarts not only ruled and able to rule, were all his hand and symbolism to read the symbol.
Look at this. Let me read it though. The Stuarts not only ruled in Scotland, they ruled France, Spain, Ireland, England, Britain, Wales. King James was able to rule all these lands because all of these people were of black descent. They were the same people. You see that? If you look at the ball in hand, it represents world rulership. There was only one other group of world leaders who used this type of symbolism, and they were the Byzantine Roman emperors. You see that, fam? Remember, they told the English that they were Roman citizens. This is the proof. There was another man who made the same boast. If you have wisdom, you know who I'm talking about. This is one of the signs of scholarship when you are able to read the symbolism of image. In my research, I found out that the ancient Scottish was a tribe from northeastern Ireland, which means Scots are really Irish. So if I have seen an ancient Scot, I have seen an ancient Irishman. And if I have seen an ancient Irishman, then I have seen an ancient Briton. You see that, fam? So black people were in Europe for quite some time. All right. So now he's gonna go and like try to read all of this stuff, other stuff. Like that's not important. Watch this.
You know what I'm talking about? And this is what stood out, okay?
So now I'm showing y'all the book that I have. Watch.
This is that book. You know what I'm talking about? And this is what stood out, okay? So as you know, we've dealt with this, right? This, this. From every single camp that you so-called Hispanics and natives, you Hebrews, right? Every single camp you're in, they say this. These are Jews. 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 Look, brother. Look, brother. These are Jews. Look, brother. I already said what blackamoor means, right? They say these are Jews. But like, look, you're saying the white man gave you this doctrine. The white man brought us this doctrine, but you're actually the one pushing the doctrine. So you gave it to the white man. It comes from Egyptian. That's where it comes from. Look, you think this is a white guy? This is English. Oh, here it goes right here. Russian, 1696 to 1781. But I thought you guys were in slavery. Look. That's an ugly looking picture. Look. I already showed you guys the plates. And you know what? That dude, that damn heathen animal, Culimeo, he has the book that I have, which is why I know that he is a damn agent. So whoever's listening to him, y'all be careful with him, because he don't give a damn about you. He cares about his money. He sold out his people. He's basically okay. He's not our people. So if he's a Khazarian, then because there's a lot of them in Mexico, guys, in South America, and there's a lot of them. They look like us. They're not us, okay? So more likely he's that, and he's manipulating your minds, because what is he doing? He's falsifying information, not giving you guys a real talk. Okay, let's do real talk. Real talk, Pooty Mail. Real talk, because I know you live somewhere else, right? I wish you didn't live somewhere else. I wish you lived here in the States and I wish you lived close. So you and I could sit down and talk like men. And you show me that you are for real a scholar teaching the people the truth. You're not. You and your damn broke up weird accent. I don't even know where you're from, man. Stupid. Watch this. I'm going to embarrass you right now. I'm going to show the people that you're a liar, and then all these other people that either they don't know or they're liars just like you. Okay? So now we know that this is King James. And they're saying that he is a Hebrew. So remember, guys, these people, they're generations, right? Generations of bloodline. You can see Scots from years. So these crests tell you everything about them. So, like I said, my daughter gives me the book, and I'm like, oh, God. But then I said, you know what? There's a reason behind it. Well, I found out why. You see, guys, hey, listen, if you read the King James Bible, fine, it's not a problem. But a black Phoenician man authorized to rewrite it. You want to know how I know? You see this right here? Look at that. You can't really see it, right? That's the emblem. That's the chest, okay? This right here, that's the heathen stuff. That's not Hebrew. And you guys are ignoring it. You blacks are ignoring this. So you either don't know or you are part of you are basically heathens like him. Okay, so now I'm going to basically expose you guys. The seal of King James VI. You see this? Black King James. Fine, you black. You're a Canaanite. By all means, I don't care. But look at this. You see this emblem right here? It's a guy on a horse, right? And he has like some kind of sword, right? And then when you look at him like on there, it's the opposite end. So now I'm going to show y'all. I looked this up. So this right here is exactly what you're looking at. How come you didn't show this, Cootie Mail? How come you didn't show this, Mr. Scholar? There it goes right there. You see that, guys? There it goes right there. That's the emblem. Okay? That's the emblem. I'm not lying. Look. Am I lying? Am I lying? It looks identical except the other way. And you know who has it facing the other way? He is. See that? He has it facing that way. How come Cootie Mail didn't bother telling you guys that? So now who these people are, they are the crest is called the Saracen on horseback. Plate 13311, right? You see that? 133. Oh man, I don't want to do this. It's 13311, right? It takes too long to move. All right, so now let me close this. Okay? 13311. All right? The Saracens. The Saracens. They're the Saracens. So who are these guys? Who are these guys? Look, I did a basic Google. A basic Google, guys. Not complicated. Basic Google. North Africa people. And it gets interesting because I started looking for these guys, right? And quite frankly, man, there was so much false information. And I was like, why is it not capable? So I did a different way. I'm going to give you guys a hint. There's a couple ways to find history. Because people that are evil, they will always boast about that. Or in the medical field. And in the medical field, they keep track of historical records. You see, again, guys, I come from insurance. I used to sell health insurance. So that gave me an idea. Watch this. Okay, I'm going to show you. Where are you? Right here. Hold on a second. Let me look for you. Okay. Let's see. Watch this. It even says it right in your face. The Saracens are what? The Moors and Saracens in Europe, estimating the medieval North Africa male legacy in South Europe. They investigate the legacy of the Arabs. Y chromosome, North Africa, medieval legacy, Southern Europe, North African, hello group. I don't know. I don't believe in that, but look, they're basically saying, look, we've already seen enough already, right? We've seen enough. I mean, we're seeing it, correct? The Saracens, correct?
Hey, look at that, fam. Let me read that. After the collapse of Roman Empire in Europe, the Arab dominance across the Mediterranean was one of the most impressive historical events that occurred in this region. Arabs appeared on the southern shores of the Mediterranean in early 7th century and quickly conquered North Africa. They spread their language and religion to the native world northwest African Berber population, which represents the bulk of Muslim army that later conquered southern Europe. You see that? Refer to either as Moor in Iberia or Saracen in South Italy or Sicily. Their arrival in Europe dates 711 AD. You see that, fam? Rapidly subduing most of Iberia and Sicily, 831 AD. Among European kingdoms, their presence was seen as constant danger, and only about 15th century was the Iberian reconquest completed. In the 13th century, Frederick II destroyed Arab rule in Sicily. Between 1221 and 1226, he moved all the Arabs of Sicily to the city of Lucera, North Apulia. Lucera was later destroyed, yada, 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 yada. You can see that, man. They've been going at it for some time, fam. They've been going at it for some time. So the Saracens are what? North African. So that just comes to show you that King James, his DNA, so-called, and his royalty, also, they know is African. They're not Hebrews. But hey, what do we know, right?
Saracens. Okay. Referred to either Moor or Saracen in their arrival in Europe in 711 among Europeans. Their arrival. Where do they come from? Are you guys not aware? I mean, look, as an eagle flyeth, how much more lies are you simple? I'm gonna call y'all silly doves now. You so-called Hispanic. Now you're a silly dove. Because if you're in those rooms and you get a chance to see this class and you still wonder if I'm lying,
Fam, they're still wondering if I'm lying. They're literally still wondering if we're lying, basically. Boy, I mean, literally, I'm not lying. Like, I'm at awe. I'm just at awe with it, you know. I'm at that point where it's just like, man, you know, you either get it or you get it or you don't. You know, it's one of those two, quite frankly. It's just you either get it or you don't. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know, man. You know, documentation after documentation, proof after proof. For God's sakes, look, I'll show you this. Watch.
let me show you guys something. Let me remind you guys of something. So let me remind you, here, right here. You see this? This is not in 1900s, like 2010 or 2030. That's a long time ago. It's a long time ago, right? Okay. So while you so-called black man and you so-called white man, you guys enjoying yourselves, getting laid, you're doing the same thing you're still doing now. You guys were in power, you guys were passing laws. You have all these people here. They enslaved our people. You see that list of individual slaves? These guys enslaved us. But you guys are friends with them. You guys think they're Hebrews. They're lying to you. I just showed you that King James is not a Hebrew. He's a Phoenician. He comes from the Phoenician bloodline. I don't know what more I'm going to have to prove. Matter of fact,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, fam. So it's like, yeah, and I brought the book about regarding the how they kept the Bible away from us for 500 years. You know what I'm saying? So I try to be like not repetitive, family, but it's just like it's important for us to know, and to know and to know. I'm not gonna play this because I don't want them to block me, right? But anyways, that's all I got for you, family. Lord willing, it was edifying. I appreciate y'all that stuck around, man. I know that some of y'all it's really late for some of you, so and appreciate you, whoever's still around. I see maybe two of you brothers or sisters that are still here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the flute. Brother Vladimir, he's going through something right now. In case y'all didn't catch it, man, his truck broke down. He's in a hotel right now, but I guess he's in Texas, and it's super cold over there. I checked the weather, and it's like 22 degrees. So But not just for him, family. It's for our brethren that are being out there scattered, that are being taken in these buses and then just basically, thrown in the streets. Because that's really what's happening. Okay, in case you haven't been catching. All right, so let me go ahead and play it. Let me be quiet for a second, and after that, I'll play Matthew 6, and then I'll end it. Okay, fam. Anyways, I love y'all, family, man. Appreciate y'all very much. Give me a second. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.